Well, thanks and welcome to our 5th annual fundraiser at Celtic Junction Art Centre. Of course, this is our virtual edition this year. My name is Cormac O'Shea and I'm the board chair of Celtic Junction Art Centre.
My name is Natalie Nugent-O'Shea. I am the executive director. We are your hosts for this afternoon and into the evening. Now, we've never done a virtual fundraiser before, so when we decided we'd try it, we had so much excitement, we decided we would do a 6-hour streamathon.
Yeah, who decided that?
We're a little crazy.
We are here for our biggest challenge ever. This year, we have a $100,000 matching challenge. But I'll tell you more on that later. If you're unfamiliar with CJAC, we started back in 2009 with the purchase of this building, and we started out with really just some dance classes and a few concerts. After a number of years, we formed our non-for-profit, which is the Celtic Junction Art Centre. That was in 2016. And the purpose of that first fundraiser that year was to open the Owen McKiernan Library.
After that, we founded the Irish College of Minnesota in 2017. We started our outreach program, becoming founding members of the Midwest and National Cultural Centers of America in 2018. And we started our partnerships. These are really special partnerships where we work with other organizations such as the University of St. Thomas, the University of Maynooth, Ireland, and even our sister cultural center, Éanna in Ireland.
So, back to this $100,000 matching challenge. See, I'm right back to the business all the way.
Thank you, Cormac.
We have a couple of really specific needs at this time. We're looking for some operating funds for our organization. We're looking to build a dedicated classroom. We have the library right now, which we run a lot of classes in, but we're looking to build a dedicated space. And we really, at this time in the world, we have no emergency reserve fund. So those $100,000 challenge donation starts today. And it's a year-long challenge, but we really want to get a good bite into it today. So support Celtic Junction Art Centre as your Irish Centre of Minnesota.
So, our streamathon is long, and the reason we did that is so we could go in depth and show you a lot more about the Celtic Junction. We're going to focus on our 4 programs, one each hour starting with education, and then library, and concerts, and finally outreach. At the end of each hour, if you donate $50 or more to the Celtic Junction Art Centre, you are automatically entered to win a Celtic Junction Art Centre gift prize pack. That is a pin, a patch, a tote, and one special prize on the hour. At 3 o'clock, we're going to draw for this beautiful book, Cuchulainn, Ulster's greatest hero. Cuchulainn, of course, is one of the mythic Irish heroes. This is in English, translated from Irish. It's actually quite a special book. It's illustrated by Armagh artist Dara Vallely and by Raymond O'Kieran of our sister centre in Armagh, Ireland.
So, if you're interested in donating to us, there's a couple of ways you can do that. If you're watching this on Facebook or on YouTube or embedded in our website at celticjunction.org, there will be a PayPal link there. It's paypal.me/CelticJunction. You can probably see a graphic on your screen where you can hold your phone up and click on the QR code, or you could just send a check. And there are more chances for a prize, as Natalie said, at 3 p.m. But first, we have our next speaker, who is Ireland's Vice Consul General of the Midwest, and that is going to be Miss Sarah Keating.
Hello from the Consul General of Ireland. My name is Vice Consul Sarah Keating, and I'm delighted to join you virtually this evening to offer best wishes to
Great, that was great.
Centre
That was
during
great.
the 2020 annual fundraiser. As I think back to this time last year when I visited the centre in person for their annual fundraiser, I cannot help but think of all that has changed over the last few months. We find ourselves in an unprecedented situation where the work of centres such as yours remains more vital than ever. During these difficult times, we are reminded of the importance of community, a community which I have seen firsthand at your centre and which I have no doubt continues to flourish today. There is so much fantastic programming on offer at the centre, and it provides a home for a number of wonderful partners, from the O'Shea Irish Dance School to the Centre for Irish Music, the Irish Fair of Minnesota, and the Owen McKiernan Library. The centre has to be commended for the work they have done in adapting to the current restrictions. During lockdown, they were quick to harness the digital world, organising many fantastic concerts and classes online. Since restrictions have eased, they've taken the leap into outdoor events. A brave step for anybody operating in the Midwest. The Consulate and Irish Government have been delighted to support Celtic Junction over the last number of years through the Immigrant Support Programme. Celtic Junction truly embodies the objectives of this programme in celebrating, maintaining and strengthening the links between Ireland and the global Irish, and in fostering a vibrant sense of community and Irish identity. We look forward to continued engagement and partnership with the Centre and hope to someday soon be able to visit in person again. Thank you.
I am the Director of Education here at the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. I'm the Director of Education for the Irish College. I'm also a teacher of literature and mythology.
And I'm on the board here at Celtic Junction. I've been a student in the Irish College, and I'm now currently an instructor. To be here today with Patrick O'Donnell from the Celtic Junction, talking a little bit about yourself.
So I grew up, Steve, in Dublin. I noticed particularly that there were places where Irish heritage was taking off and had some roots. So particularly the Guthrie Theatre. Tyrone Guthrie was an Anglo-Irish Protestant director. Again, mistakenly seen as an English director. He's really an Irish director. His family home was in County Monaghan. And so I did some research on the Guthrie Theatre's Irish roots. And that was the PhD that I did back at UCD. So I actually went back with my family for 3 years about 10 years ago and wrote a PhD on that topic. So linking Minnesota and Ireland. And so while I'm proud to be Irish, I'm very proud to be a Minnesotan. And I think Minnesota is one of the great places to grow Irish culture. And we have been seeing that success here with the Celtic Junction. Once you had a kind of a focused attempt to really plant an Irish center with that kind of, the Irish St. Paul roots, particularly joining that kind of river dance energy that Cormac and Natalie had, and sort of fusing that together in a magnificent confluence. You could see the success happening, particularly after they decided to become a nonprofit in 2016. So I think that Irish immigrant viewpoint, as Ireland had become more confident, was something that I very much feel that I'm part of that wave. It's a wave of immigrants who are much more, I would say, assertive in the value of their culture.
Tell me a little bit, how did you get involved with the Celtic Junction?
So when I came back from my PhD, suddenly I discovered an Irish Centre had opened. As I was, obviously, as you know yourself, academic work can devour your attention a little bit. And so I started to visit open mics, and then I became involved in various ways with some theatre productions, because obviously I have an interest in theatre like yourself. And gradually through that, I got to know Cormac and Natalie better, and particularly myself and Natalie sat down and started to talk about creating a more formal educational program. And this became the Irish College of Minnesota, which began its first classes with just 2 classes in fall of 2017. So we've just finished in September, we just finished 3 full years, right? And so we're going into our 4th year. And we are now, because of Zoom, we're offering 4 quarters in a year. We offer a full quarter in the summer. And we have passed our 500 student. And we've had about, counting it this morning, we've had 25 different teachers. And we've offered actually 100 classes in our 3 departments. So our 3 departments are the Irish language, which is our most successful department. Literature and history, where your good self and myself labor with great enthusiasm. And then we have a creative arts department, which includes drawing, Celtic mythology, drawing knotwork, and then some musicology classes. We have a variety of classes under Celtic arts. So we have, what I would say is we have been growing. We have that kind of 1990s energy. Cormac and Natalie have it, I have it, you have it in your own way. We have that sense that we've only just begun, in the same sense that in Ireland itself, there's a sense that as a European country, its future is still being forged very confidently.
Right. Now, tell me a little bit about the foundation of the Irish College. Now, Celtic Junction just doesn't offer classes. You framed this as an Irish college. Tell us about that.
Right. So again, the Irish College is a centuries-old structure in Irish cultural history. The first forms of the Irish College were formed in the Catholic Counter-Reformation in Paris in the 1570s. They came there to preserve Irish culture as the Tudors. So this takes us back many, many centuries, as the Tudors were planting Protestantism in Ireland and trying to make the Irish little Englanders, right? So it goes right into the heart of that interesting irritation in the oyster that gives us all of the pearls of Irish culture. That sense of Ireland trying to resist being a colony. So if you are going to take Irish culture seriously, and you're going to delve into trying to invent it in such a fantastic, interesting place as Minnesota, with its great literary heritage, and it's this is a very literate place. Minnesotans are intelligent people. You need to dig deeply into a cultural structure, a template. You can't talk about Irish culture without going into these very deep roots of Irish political resistance, of intellectual resistance. That's why there is a power, a passion, a purpose. There's a very strong why, right? Nietzsche said, if you have a strong why, you can bear any burden. So there's a very strong why, a very strong purpose behind Irish cultural life. It's not just to hold the class here, hold the class there. There's a whole kind of river, kind of tidal pull. There's a river of Irish cultural thought behind anything. As you know yourself, when you're doing Irish drama, there's so much richness in the language, in the literature, in the sense of an Irish consciousness trying to assert itself. I mean, that's why we had the Irish literary renaissance with Yeats about 100 years ago.
We probably ought to remind people right now, for a minute at least, that we're here as part of the 5th annual Celtic Junction fundraiser.
Yes.
So how will the funds generated today and throughout the year help the education program?
So one of the clear goals for this year's fundraiser, I know there's 3 pillars. There's operations and a reserve fund, but for us in the Irish College, we will have a new purpose-built classroom across the corridor from the current library, the McKiernan Library, where we hold classes. So we will have a whole new platform, a whole new way to emphasize discussions, interactions with students, a whole way that we can kind of customize the classroom so we can put some of that Irish cultural story and energy on the walls, perhaps in pictures or in a mural.
History is so attached to the literature. I know in the drama area, you can't teach the drama without the history. They're just infused. Let's look forward a little bit. What do you see in terms of growth, future for the Irish College?
So we are very actively already creating partnerships. So we have a partnership with the University of Maynooth, which is a university a little bit outside Dublin, and we hold the TEG certification program for our Irish language learners. It got interrupted this year because of the coronavirus pandemic, but that will allow students here in our classes in the Irish College to get a European recognized international certification in language proficiency. We go from beginner, intermediate, all the way to advanced. And we are just beginning that. And we are the recognized partner for the TEG here in Minnesota, right? So that's one partnership. We also have a very strong partnership that is just beginning with the Cultural Center in Armagh. It's called Aonach Vaca, which is the center based on Vaca, is an Irish mythological horse goddess. And the director of that, Raymond O'Kieran, has been sending us articles and has sent us 115 CDs that we've added to the library. So we are already starting to use some of his writing and some of the material from Aonach Vaca in classes this fall.
Say to someone who has thought about taking a class and thinks, boy, class, I wasn't so great in college in literature, I'm interested, but I don't know if I could really do it. What would you say to that prospective student?
Steve, that's probably the best question to ever ask. I would say that our teachers are content experts. We're very blessed in the quality of the teachers, but everybody is very friendly. That's why I say there's a kind of a Minnesota friendly, welcoming attitude in the Irish College. Everybody presents the material, I would say, in a very community-based sort of manner. So it's not trying to be intellectually intimidating. It's presented in simple, straightforward, clear way. It's very discussion-based, you know. So we really like, my favorite students, like your favorite students, are the adult learners who bring a huge wealth of, you know, life experience and sort of wisdom and kind of a sort of a no-nonsense willingness to contribute to the class. And that gives a fantastic kind of convivial, community-based. I mean, it's kind of like the Irish College is a big family, where it's some of the best times we ever have is just coming and having these great conversations about what the literature means, or the history means, or the, you know, the arts mean.
Tell us a little bit about the need for that classroom and what you see there.
Well, we have been expanding, and we occupy the McKiernan Library as a classroom. And the McKiernan Library is a beautiful space. And we work obviously closely with Brian Miller, its director, to make sure we are coordinating everything in harmony with its other needs to the public. But it would be a fantastic addition for us to have our own classroom. It's just one more way that the Celtic Junction is so impressive, that it's constantly adding these platforms, these spaces. Literally, this is physically a literal space. These ways to interact with the great conversation that is Irish culture. If you are not a practicing dancer or musician and want to join the conversation, even at the most sort of beginning level, trying to learn a little bit about Irish literature, about Irish arts, about the Irish language, about Irish history, Irish mythology, it's a great way to get involved in this great community, this great family of people, and this great conversation we're having here on Pryor Avenue in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. This year's annual fundraiser, help the Irish College grow, help us get a new classroom, help the Celtic Junction with its operations and its reserve fund. And thank you very much for supporting us here at the Celtic Junction.
I want to reiterate that we are very blessed to be able to come and join the great institution as it is now, the Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and add and increase its impact through offering education through our three departments, Irish language, literature and history, and the creative arts. Our program has been very successful. We have responded well to the challenge of the pandemic. Zoom has allowed us to have this fantastic international reach. We have students coming in from Canada, we have students coming in from California, from Oregon, from Florida, from Maine, from New York. We have students coming in from more regional states such as Wisconsin, and of course we have local and state outreach. So the program has been a success, and we are growing very strongly. We have passed our 500 student. And we look forward to how this classroom will fulfill a need for us.
Well, and how can we fulfill that need? Well, if you're watching on Facebook, you can go ahead and click that link down below. If you're watching on YouTube or any of our web live streams, you can go ahead, grab your camera on your phone and show that QR code. It'll take you right there. And of course, we will always have a check. If you donate $50 or more during our Streamathon, you have a chance to win a very special Celtic Junction Arts Center thank you pack. That's a patch, a pin, a gorgeous Celtic Junction Arts Center tote, and a special gift every hour. This one is a lovely book. It's Cuchulainn, the Irish warrior hero, and it's directly from our lovely sister cultural center in Anahuaca. So this one will draw for the prize at 3 p.m.
So to continue our fantastic Streamathon, we're going to hear some testimonials from the Irish College students.
Hi everybody, Jim Tarbox here again, and this time I'm with Carol Walsh, who is a volunteer here at the Owen McKiernan Library and Reading Room. Carol, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved with the library?
Well, I am a St. Paul resident. I've lived in St. Paul since 2004, but in Minnesota for over 30 years now. Originally, I'm from northwest Indiana, outside of Gary, just over the border from Chicago, actually. And actually, I worked on a master's degree at the University of St. Thomas and finished it, and became familiar with the Center for Irish Studies in the years that I was there, and went to many of their programs. They would honor a Shaughnessy Poet of the Year every year, became friends with Jim Rogers, and I think over time he sort of clued me in to Celtic Junction. And so it took that kind of a pathway. And I started by taking a class or two here or there from the Irish school here, and I am now retired, and I fully intend to keep taking classes.
That's great. How does the library work out for you?
Well, environmentally, to me, it's like being in somebody's home. It's very relaxing. It's almost, you almost could have an electric fireplace here. It's very comfortable, I think. And usually the classes I take, there are not a huge number of students here. So you can interact with people, walk around, look and see what's in the shelves. It's like being in a university classroom of yore. If you're at all interested in Irish history or literature or art, architecture, music, that the people here are outstanding and cannot recommend them highly enough. And I hope that they would join me in supporting Celtic Junction with either their time or a donation.
Well, that's great. There's another example of how Celtic Junction Art Center and the Owen McKiernan Library serve the public. Once we get off the ground again, it'll be open to the public, and you too can come and use our facilities. In the meantime, we hope you'll be able to dig deep into your pockets and purses there and make any kind of a donation. Would be greatly appreciated. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm Jim
I think
Tarbox.
just being surrounded by all of these wonderful books kind of sets a wonderful stage setting for the classes, and it's cozy. So it has a seminar feel to it. If we could reach out and get more of the community in, not of different age groups maybe or something that, it might be nice to mix it up a little bit, get a fresh perspective. I don't know. I think I've been recommending it to all my friends and colleagues and things. It's been great to loop back and revisit some of my college days and get more out of the literature the second time around.
Well, I was interviewing, I was interviewing Steve this morning. He was coming in through Zoom, and he was saying how great it is not to have to grade anything.
Yeah.
So this is actually the secret reason it isn't that hard for me to get teachers. And also why I keep teaching a lot of classes too, is because it's just come, discuss. I mean, you still got to do the preparation and read and think about stuff.
Culture. Culture, we need culture, we need history, we need people, civilization these days, I think. I think this place is kind of a gem, really. And I'm a little biased because it's my heritage, I guess, but I think it's part of world literature now, it's part of world culture now. Every aspect of Celtic Junction is kind of part of the cultural heritage that we all share, so even non-Irish people should take advantage of it. I just feel like this is filling in a gap, from my childhood that was there through my whole life, and taking those tours of Ireland with Erin and then taking these classes, it's kind of like filling in those gaps. It just, it's really meaningful,
Thank you, Mary.
You're very welcome.
About 3 years ago, I started taking some lessons in the, not music lessons, I started taking Irish language lessons through the Irish College. And I've had both the Irish language teachers, Tom Jeffers and Lavinia Finnerty, both of whom are great teachers. And I've also taken some of the classes, Irish literature classes with Patrick O'Donnell. And I also did a history book club for a while. So I've had a lot of different experiences here, and everything that I've come to here has been very well done, excellently done. I mean, their concerts, they have both local and international musicians. So people like John Doyle, Dottie Spruill, Nora Rendell, Brian Miller, Billy McComsky, Liz Carroll, and you see it in their smaller, compared to other places, smaller type performance area where you're close to the musicians, you can really see them, and you don't have to watch them on a video screen in order to be able to see them. And so those experiences are just wonderful, and they are very inexpensive compared to tickets to other places. We're always amazed at, you know, who we just saw for $20, you know, a ticket, or whatever it is, sometimes $15 a ticket. So those are some of our, you know, very pleasant, very wonderful experiences here at the Celtic Junction. The Irish classes are, both the instructors are very highly qualified and are engaging instructors and do a good job of trying to make a difficult language accessible to non-native speakers. Both of them have been excellent teachers. I know Lavinia a little better because I've taken classes now with her for 2 years, and she is very dedicated to passing on the Irish language, and she's very generous with her time to help all the students so that they can all succeed, no matter where they're at, you know, as they come into the class. And the Irish literature classes that I've taken that are from Patrick O'Donnell. He's not the only one who has done them, but he's the main one, and they are very informative, and they are also informal. So you can learn about these things in a very comfortable type setting, which is very nice. It's not like, you know, you're in a class and you're gonna have to take a test and you get all anxious about it and so forth. It's a very enjoyable way to learn about the Irish literature.
What in particular makes the educational programming effective for students? Can you just expand a little bit on that?
Sure. I think it's, for me, it's the small college, the small classes, adult students, which, you know, I was teaching college students and there's a lot of fun in that, but being in a room with adults who've read the material and are participating in the discussion, I think is a real treat for me as a former college teacher. And I'm interested in all of the sort of Irish Celtic literature and history. And so I've taken a couple of classes in history, and you know, now teaching in the drama program, it's been great.
How do you rate Celtic Junction's impact in its it's been open now 11 years. It's been a nonprofit since 2016. What is it doing well? What way is it succeeding in your view?
I think it's a huge resource for the community. Again, I've only been in town for a couple of years, but I was involved a little bit in the Irish community before that when I was here in Minnesota at Gustavus. And there was just no center. There was no place to bring everything together. And so the Celtic Junction, not only as a place for Irish Celtic arts organizations, events, concerts, plays, teaching, you know, I think that's the beauty of it. And it's a beautiful space. The hundreds of people that go through the building every week, and maybe every day, some days, it's just an amazing resource for the community.
Very good, I agree. One last question, Steve. So how has teaching during the pandemic using Zoom, how has that kind of shaped your experience as both an educator and somebody involved in the Celtic Junction?
There's a surprising, one-to-one relationship when you're online with students. I'm really pleased. Now the courses that I've taught are small. I think the maximum was 6 students, and you can get all 6 on a screen. You can pay attention to them. You can look at the body language as you would in a real classroom, in a physical classroom. And so for me, I think it's been working extremely well.
Right. All right, thank you, Steve.
I love what Steve was saying. Having been here before and had the experience of what Minnesota was like without an Irish Cultural Center, Minnesota hasn't had this resource before. And here we are, an Irish Cultural Center, a dedicated classroom, really department-specific focuses, and we're looking to raise money to really not only make it through this pandemic with an emergency fund, to make sure we're secure in our operations, but also to come out strong so that when we reopen in 2021, we're ready with a brand new dedicated classroom for this very important program.
Yes, we in the Irish College are so blessed with the matching challenge that has been given. We're very excited by the change that will happen when the new classroom opens, hopefully by September or October in 2021. Where we'll be able to build on our Zoom outreach and bring people back together in a new classroom. So I just want to encourage everybody, please, that is watching, to please donate. You can do so, of course, on Facebook by clicking on the PayPal link. You can point your phone at the QR code on our website, or of course you can hit the donation button. And don't forget, you can also just send in an good old-fashioned check, and then we are also giving a chance for a prize at 3 p.m.
It's going to be a great prize, actually. We can show you. It's a little Celtic Junction thank you pack. We have a pin, a patch, a tote, and a very special book, Cuchulainn, Ulster's Greatest Hero, donated from our Sister Centre Cultural Centre in Armagh. Next, we have a very exciting interview. We'll be talking with Lavinia Finnerty. She is the chair of our Irish Language Department. A woman from Connemara. I don't know if we get a whole lot of her background, but what you get to hear is her voice. It's like a blanket. I hope you enjoy.
Fáilte rud isteach is mise strúr hor dachas den Cloisteann na Gael. I am Patrick O'Donnell. I am the Director of Education here at the Irish College. We are the educational wing of the wonderful Celtic Junction Arts Centre. And I'm having a conversation with Lavinia Finnerty, who is our Irish language teacher. So can you just tell us a little bit about your background, Lavinia, and what brings you to the wonderful state of Minnesota?
Well, I grew up in the west of Ireland in a place called Connemara, no Connemara in English, and I was an Irish language teacher in Ireland, in Galway City actually, for quite a while. And then my husband's work got moved to the States, and we had a little journey around the States, and then we ended up in Minnesota about 5 years ago. And I was living out in Woodbury, not knowing the Celtic Junction even existed for my first year here, truth be told, until I wanted somebody else to speak Irish to. And lo and behold, the lovely Tom Jefferson's up at my door. And then, long story short, I end up in the Celtic Junction, and I haven't looked back since. It's actually been one of the best things that has happened to my family, actually, joining the Celtic Junction. I came here, I suppose, as a teacher of the Irish language, and I came in, I suppose, in my first class. I was all about my notes and wanting my notes, but that didn't take long to realise, the community that's here. And to be honest, I think it's that community and that family feel that has kept me here.
Yes.
And that really, that connection. And as well as that, to add on that, I think that the grow and the passion for the language and for the culture, that is, and each time I feel we're developing, we started off with one class, and then that class has been like a foundation for another class and so on. So I feel that development has came as well, and I feel that has happened with the family, if that makes sense. So the students are more than just students. I feel that people come on board. It's quite a unique place because of that, I feel. As I look back, our very first class was quite full on for learners of a language. And then we went back and we took a step backwards, and we went back to children's literature. And when I say children's literature, we used the children's books for the beginner learner of the language, learners. And it actually was quite amazing to see how that has progressed. And we started off with the basic word books. and we progressed, and now we're up to the chapter book. So when you think of that development, and we're looking now to our next goal is to go on to Limo Flaherty and to do Limo Flaherty short stories in Irish. So when you think of that progression, that has happened in 3 years with beginner students of the language, I think that's quite fantastic, a fantastic achievement. And I suppose maybe I'm jumping the gun, but I would be already looking to the future that, we could develop that more and move on. And one of the days down the road, give us 5 or 10 years time that, well, not 10 years, say 5 years time, we'll be heading and coming in here and we'll be reading, Martin O'Hain and Craine Killia. And not only that, but we have some of our students are fantastic at critically analysing the material. So to do that in one language is good, but to do it in 2 languages, to do that as Gaeilge, there is a particular environment in this centre, in the Arts Centre, that the population we have amongst us, that's what interested them, and they're sparked to and motivated to learn things, to have our Raymond O'Kieran and our Dwacha on board. I believe what they bring another dynamic to the table. They bring the cultural dynamic, and they bring a physical location where we can connect, and hopefully in the future, do student exchanges, for example, as we look in the long term. That will be one of our goals, I would imagine. But for example, another thing that I think helps the Irish language in this location is our resources. We have this library, the Old McKiernan Library, and the resources are phenomenal, not just in the English language, but in the Irish language. I mean, we have a whole section over there that's all, that's the Irish language, and there's been quite a bit of work put into putting all those together and keeping them. But for our students to be able to utilise them, that's quite phenomenal to have something like that here.
I think a chapter in our little history is coming to an end, and a new chapter is opening with this fundraiser this year, and as we open the new classroom. So my question to you is, so the hope is that we'll have a new classroom built by September or October next year. So how do you think that new classroom will further us along in our attempt to reach into Irish culture and bring a community together? How do you think that classroom will help?
I think that will be amazing. I can't wait. Actually, I suppose it will, first of all, it'll develop the college. It will give us the chance to do more than one class at a time. But also it means that we can use the library as a resource room, and then have the classroom, we can... in the library we have books everywhere, but in the classroom we can utilise the walls, we can utilise the space, we can be creative with the language. It will give us a space and for our students who study the language to go in and to take time in that room. It gives a space for the teachers and for the lecturers it gives them a space to work, so with the class, an extra space. And the idea of being able to set up research projects while teaching at the same time, that is a huge advantage to the teachers and the students, I believe.
Is there some particular strength you think that makes what we're doing here a little bit more unique than other places perhaps in America?
Oh, I think I think there's a few questions in there actually, Patrick. I think definitely we're unique in America in the sense that, well, in the places that I've been to in America, that I haven't experienced an art centre like this elsewhere in America. I've experienced centres, but quite often the Irish language. I'll give you one example. When Irish language place, the room was, you had to go up the stairs from the car park. It was put out the back, whereas here the Irish language has a place, it's centre, it's all, it's part of the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. And I think that's very important, that it's not an afterthought out the back, and even though out the back of the car park, that was very well done, but in the sense that they were trying. But I feel here that the effort is on another level.
Oh, absolutely.
It's most definitely on another level. Ceapan gúil ard mulla a gul gun adaltaí, gun locht Ibran seo. Is gun Natalie is Cormac as an agus tuhain, as an maids Ibrit had zinte chulawana, But, you know, for those and for all of that hard work, but also for the volunteers that come in and work, you know, really, it's a unique place in that sense. And then, you know, for example, we talked earlier about, you know, getting ready for the next class. But when people come on board, it makes preparing for the next class easier, you know. And when we look at Irish and we see, one of the things that makes me very proud about the Celtic Junction is, you know, the Irish language, you know, in the 1920s, we were told the Irish language was dead. You know, really, we were. And we're still having challenges. And in the Gaeltachts at home, we have challenges today keeping the Gaeltachts. You know, the population in the Gaeltachts are the Irish-speaking language areas at home, but the population there are declining. You know, people are leaving and going elsewhere for work. As a result, actually, the Gaeltacht area, the Irish speakers in Dublin are increasing, actually, in Ireland. But what's very positive and motivating is to see the interest in the language here. You know, when you see that the Irish language has its challenges, you know, and as an endangered language, it does have challenges. But to see the interest in an endangered language here in the Twin Cities in Minnesota, to see it here, and not only that, but to see a centre here that gives it a chance and an opportunity to flourish. And then we have the students that are taking advantage of that opportunity. You know, it's a lovely thing to experience, actually. So a lá cíns, tucha mu isteach an doras seo, is chola gona hí staidir sa siomar sitsa, ba siad a cans gaeilge.
So Cormac and Natalie are doing fantastic work here at Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and we in the education wing would really welcome your support to help our work in Irish language, in literature, in history, and in the creative arts. So please support the Celtic Junction this year so that we can have a new classroom, operating funds, and a security of a reserve fund. Thank you very much.
Má tá sí magí sínta sa thuairt gan Celtic Junction Arts Centre, nó go colas na Gael Minnesota an seo, bheadh mu tharbheith buíochaib. Agus má tá aon ceistagaí is féidir libh zoomaliste ar rangabe a tám ar lín agus mar dúirt mé níos túisce is féidir libh na sunraí sin all at celticjunction.org. So if you would like to make a donation to the Celtic Junction, we would very much appreciate it. We are looking to develop a classroom for the Irish College, and all contributions help. Thank you kindly.
So Lavinia's fantastic words there echo a sentiment of a visitor to Minnesota from Ireland, Douglas Hyde Douglas the Hida, who became the first Irish president in 1937. And he said long ago, Tír gan Teanga, Tír gan Anam, a country without its language is a country without its soul. And we can see here at the Celtic Junction that the soul is very much being reanimated, reinvented in the 21st century, not just through Zoom, but through the departments and the teachers that we have here. We're very blessed to work with Natalie, of course, and Cormac, and to have succeeded here in the Irish College of Minnesota.
Well, was I wrong? Her voice is like a blanket, isn't it? I don't know how you can support the Irish Language Department hearing Lavinia speak, and especially speak as Gaeilge. I could listen to her all day long. You could listen to her too if you want to come in and take classes, of course. One of the things that you can do, and we make it very painless. It's actually called No Sweat Irish, or Gaeilge Throw. So you can come on and give it a try. Of course, we're doing a prize right now. If you donate $50 or more, you're automatically entered to win a Celtic Junction thank you gift pack. It's a pin, a patch, a tote, and a special gift on the hour. This hour's gift is this beautiful book. It's Cuchulainn, Ulster's Great Hero, and it's a lovely gift from Raymond O'Huron in Inachquaka, Ireland, our sister cultural center.
Now, the Celtic Junction existed, or before
I think we're going to hear some more testimonials from...
I was really kind of in a seeking mode. I was looking for
So seeking ancestry, saving language, it's all about how Celtic Junction Arts Centre fills and fulfills. Next we have our student testimonials.
Before the Celtic Junction existed, or before I found the Celtic Junction, I was really kind of in a seeking mode. I was looking for ways to connect to my Irish heritage. All my Irish grandparents or grandparents of Irish descent had long since passed, and I was just curious and wanting that connection, and I was just kind of Googling around and thinking about the language, the Irish language. And there was a class right here in St. Paul. So I signed up and so I did nothing before that, before Celtic Junction until I found it. That was my first step, really. I'm going to tell a little story.
Good.
So the first day of class, Tom, the instructor of the beginning Irish class, he had kind of made a list of what people's name would be in Irish, and my name, which is like my long form of my name, is Elizabeth, so he told me that was Ailish. So I went home and I looked I looked that up just to kind of see what it says about the name, and it is linked to Elizabeth, but it's also this is actually a little bit emotional for me. It's also more closely linked to Alice. So there's like these ties, the way the language kind of shifts around. And Alice was my mother's name and her mother's name. And her mother died before it was born. And she was actually connected on the German side, but it was like through this, I just felt like this, because I came there seeking ancestry. And then it was like, oh my gosh, I'm Alice, you know? Yeah, so that was like actually kind of, it like kind of really hit me in the heart,
Right,
you know, to
right.
start that. That's what it was for me. Yeah.
Wow, that's
See, I feel a little,
yeah,
it gets me a
no,
little
I mean,
emotional.
That's
yeah.
good. You're not the only one who
It
has.
was like, oh yeah, like you seek that ancestry and there it is. I think that anyone who's looking for a connection to Irish heritage, I'm sure they'll find something here. I think it's just, there's so many opportunities, and it's filling a gap that I had. I think it might for other people too. Lots of classes and just public events to participate in.
My mask off now. That if you could show people my mask, it would be good.
Oh, it's, yeah.
You could tell them it's na pog, don't kiss.
All right.
Yeah, I've always been interested in foreign languages. My mask off now. That if you could show people my mask, it would be good.
Oh, it's, yeah.
You could tell them it's na pog, don't kiss.
All right.
Yeah, I've always been interested in foreign languages. Back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth, I got a bachelor's degree from UCLA in linguistics, and I dabbled around with a lot of them.
Right.
But I didn't have Irish, believe it or not, in California. And so basically, you know, we moved with work and whatnot, and we went from California to Colorado. And my first attempt at learning Irish was checking out some really bad tapes from the library where you couldn't understand what they were saying. You couldn't tell a puff or a duff or, you know, so I just gave up. Right. And then I found out maybe I could go up to Butte, Montana for a week. And that was pretty hard to do and kind of expensive to go. And I wasn't sure they'd even let me off from work for that. So then I just kind of tabled it. And then we moved to Minnesota, and then I Googled it, and it was what an amazing thing. So then I kind of went a little overboard, and I signed up for every class I could get a hold of because, you know, I mean, what if it went away? I mean, I might move. There might not be enough interest. I mean, all sorts of things could happen. So I just kind of signed up for a lot of classes. And so I'm 3/4 Irish heritage, and so I feel pretty strongly about saving endangered languages. And so in particular, this would be the endangered language I want to save. Probably the first thing you should know about Lavinia is that her first language is Irish, not English. Yes. This is something she grew up with in the west of Ireland, so she's really, really fluent. And she also taught Irish in Ireland. Yeah. But I think the thing that I really like about her in these classes, and you know, they're a lot smaller than you might think, it's not a 30-person class or something, is she's very passionate about it, and she kind of takes you under her wing. It's, you know, like a big sister or something with this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But she is, and so I really like Lavinia a lot. And probably another thing to know about her, besides that her style is very personal and very warm, is that it isn't like you just are assigned a textbook and then you have this homework and, you know, the kind of usual approach you might have had toward learning a language. She listens to a lot of the feedback from the students. We are preparing to take a proficiency test in Irish. People are going to come out from Ireland, these professors, and they're going to test us in June. We were going to do it last June, but with COVID-19, it got canceled. So we're preparing for that. I take a class from her every Saturday for that, and we're just starting out with the oral. Next, it'll be oral and written and whatnot. But, you know, speaking about this being a place where you can take a lot of, you know, you have a lot of experiences, there are 3 places in the U.S. you can take this. New York City, Washington, D.C., or St. Paul, Minnesota.
Yeah.
I went over with 2 fellow students from the classes here. Yeah, and we went over for a month and we studied at Carroll Row. And we go basically Monday through Friday to class. They had a lot of cultural things they did in the evening too. And we were there for 4 weeks. And we stayed with they call it a banatee. This is a woman of the house or whatever, and her husband, the faratee. And they provide all your meals. You're supposed to speak in Irish there while you're there. Made friends that we still have contact
Yeah, and you're going back.
next summer. I'm keeping Lavinia.
Yeah, no, I know. Is this like one of the best places you think you could be to if you wanted to get some proficiency?
I'm of a retirement age, and we have talked about moving away because we don't like Minnesota winters. It's so good. Right. It's keeping me in Minnesota.
Oh, that's
pretty
good
amazing.
to hear. Yes.
This is really hard, you know, in COVID times for a lot of things to stay afloat. I wanted to say, if you can, whatever you can, please make a donation to the Celtic Junction Art Center. It's very important.
So it's been a really interesting growth experience. I mean, looking back to the 4 years ago that I became involved in it, I was of the same, you know, kind of ilk, even though I'm within the Irish community. I knew it existed, but I didn't really know what it was all about. I mean, we all have these, Celtic Junction or an art center or an Irish center or a Celtic center. It's like, oh, well, that's about, you know, dance and music. And that's definitely not what it's all about. It's about meeting people that are curious like you are. It's about having access to one of the most top-notch Irish libraries, Celtic libraries, in the entirety of North America. It's about being able to trace your genealogy if you're interested in that. It's about being able to take introduction music courses to any instrument that you think you would like to learn. It doesn't matter how young you are. It doesn't matter how old you are. I think, you know, the participants that I've seen here, well, babies don't really participate, but they, you know, take it all in. But, you know, if we're going with the toddlers from their very first lessons to people that are well into their 80s. So that whole depth of humanity, you know, where you have our elders who we learn from, the stories that they can tell, and we have the really young ones who inspire us to take risks and be joyful. And right now, in these really uncertain times where there is no normal, shall we say, having that connection, even though it's mostly virtually right now, has been something that has helped people through an incredibly difficult 7 months. And it's something that they've adapted and grown and become flexible to continue to support the actual community that we are all part of. If you can afford to, if this is something that is precious to your heart, if this community-based art center for the Celtic arts touches you in any way, please consider donating. We all know that you've got a lot of asks right now. Things are tough. Things are incredibly tight. But the arts in particular are struggling during this pandemic because well, how do you do it? You know, how do you keep that engagement? How do you keep people on the wait, on the ready for when we can come back and spend that time together? We know that we want this establishment to last the test of time. And we have to call on the community that we have looked for ways to support as best we can to help join us on this mission. So if you can donate, please do. If you can't donate, we absolutely understand, and we all hope to see you very soon.
That was some more student testimonials, actually listening to Carrie, Beth, and Sue, each in their own way, about what the Irish College does to fill the gap in their lives. The fact that it's keeping Sue in Minnesota, and that she was willing to share these stories with us absolutely gave me chills. It makes the Irish language accessible. The Irish College fulfills a need. The Irish College brings people together and fulfills them. So help us fulfill that need.
I also thank you to Patrick and Lavinia and to Steve for their wonderful contributions. I think this is testament to the growth that we're seeing in the classes. Patrick tells us that the Irish classes account for almost 50% of our entire registration. So people taking Irish language classes are really driving our whole Irish College along and driving the classes of Celtic Junction Arts Centre along. Now, we're on to find our winner. Christo, do we have a winner? Oh, drum roll. We have Sue Clark is our winner of our Cuchulainn book. Now, we heard from Sue earlier, but so wonderful to have her as a contributor. And thank you so much, Sue. And we'll have a book on its way to you.
And you can still donate. Facebook, YouTube, click the link, use the QR code on the website, use the donation button, or you can just send a check. We do old school too. You have another chance to win a prize at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, Sue will be messaging you. Everybody else, please stick around. There are 6 more chances to win a prize, lots of opportunities to support the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. We're going to see how much we've raised so far. And at this point, $4,400.50. 4,453. There's no sense. We have more sense than that to be counting like that. The big chance this evening, of course, is a full dinner for 10 from Cara Pubs. So that's a $300 gift. Make sure you stick around. We've got some great entertainment tonight. But next, one of my favorite elements of the Celtic Junction is our beautiful library. I think it's the coziest library in the Twin Cities. You'll get to hear about archives, you'll get to hear some music, and see hints of our exhibitions. Next, we're going to hear from some very special people, Jim Tarbuck of our library committee, and of course, library director Brian Miller. So stick around, see a little bit about Celtic Junction, and we'll be right back.
The winner of the Irish American Centres and Festival Award 2018 goes to Minnesota's Celtic Junction Arts Centre and Owen McKiernan Library.
This is your Irish Diary.
You are looking at one of the oldest associations with mankind, something that goes back into the dim, dim past. It's interesting, isn't it, that something as simple as this, a piece of reed made of straw, should have such an ancient history in man's experience.
All right. Thank you all, and welcome back to our fifth annual fundraiser. If you've been with us for the last hour, thanks for sticking with us. This is our virtual edition of our fundraiser. We obviously can't have you all here in person, but I suppose we're probably reaching a bigger audience now than we typically would. My name is Cormac O'Shea, and I'm the board chair.
My name is Natalie Nugent-O'Shea. I'm the executive director. We are your hosts for this afternoon and into the evening. We've never done a virtual fundraiser before, even though this is our fifth annual. This year we got carried away trying to figure out what we were going to do and ended up deciding on a 6-hour streamathon. You are now on hour 2.
Yeah, getting carried away with projects is one of our specialties.
Never! We would never do that.
As this whole institution attests for. But if you're with us and if you're paying attention to what we're trying to do today, you'll see that we have a huge mountain to climb. We are endeavoring to raise $100,000 in matching challenge donation. So we have a donor who is willing to donate to Celtic Junction Arts Centre, but the condition is that we would have a matching dollar-for-dollar donation over this coming year. So if you can find it yourself to support us, that would be fantastic. Ways to donate are through PayPal particularly. So there's a PayPal link, I believe it might be on your screen. Otherwise, it's paypal.me/Celtic Junction. There's a QR code on your screen as well, so you can just put your mobile phone, well, the Apple phones work, I think you might need to get a little more high-tech with some of the other ones. And you can also go to our donate button on the website, or just send in a check.
We do old school as well. Now, before we move any further, I'm going to explain the structure of our day. Celtic Junction Arts Centre runs 4 programs: education, library, concerts, and outreach. So we're going to focus in depth on one every hour. So right now, we're going to move into our library section. But first, I want to remind everybody, if you donate $50 or more, you're automatically entered to win Celtic Junction Arts Centre Thank You Gift Pack. I'll show you that in the next segment. It's a pin, a patch, a tote, and one special prize on the hour. This time, I believe the special gift that is on offer is Martine Kogans from Cork with Love DVD and a special recording of the Brian Baru Pipe Band. How could you not want that? So now, we are going to be focusing on the Owen McKiernan Library, discussing archives, hearing some music with Jim Tarbox, our library committee member, and library director, Mr. Brian Miller.
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Jim Tarbox, a member of the board of directors here at Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and I'm also the drum major of the St. Paul's Brian Baru Irish Pipe Band. So you might recognize me there as the guy with the big hat and the big stick. We're here, and we're happy to have you join us at Celtic Junction's fall fundraiser. Hope you're able to make a contribution of some kind. You know, the Junction provides both educational opportunities and entertainment. A lot of dances and music things going on here. We've hosted both national and local groups. And those presentations are available only because of your kind generosity. And that's the point of our fundraiser here. I'm here today with Brian Miller, well-known member of the local Irish music community who wears a number of hats here at the Junction. Perhaps most importantly, as director of the Owen McKiernan Library and Reading Room. So Brian, welcome. Tell us a little bit about how you came to be the director, and tell us a bit about the library too.
Thanks, Jim. So Owen McKiernan was, he worked at St. Thomas, came here in the early 60s and was here for really most of his life, and he was a huge figure in Irish studies and in Irish America, and had many connections directly to Ireland. And so he's really, you know, he's a big name for people that are interested in Irish culture and Irish music and Irish literature and poetry. And he lived right here in the Twin Cities. So he kept his own library. He also distributed books around the United States and traveled all around the world, promoting this idea of sort of the real Ireland, you know, Ireland that was more than just green beer on St. Patrick's Day. So when he passed away in the early 2000s, he left this huge library to his family. Some of them are books that he was maybe writing a review of or distributing through his through Irish Books and Media, his book distribution company, or they were just books that he had and he used in his teaching. But they were looking for a place for the books to go, and they were offered to Cormac and Natalie before there was a Celtic Junction Arts Center, and they said yes. And I had happened to just finish getting my library, my Master's of Library and Information Studies degree, and I was looking to work. You know, I had this, I guess, pipe dream that I would do something that had to do with the music that I love, with Irish music. And they said, hey, you can do that right here, right down the street from your house. So, so we really, when the nonprofit was formed in the fall of 2016, we had our first fundraiser, and it was really to raise money to build this room. So to put in the bookshelves, and we had Owen's books all in boxes, and I set to work with a group of volunteers cataloging kind of what ended up being 2,000 or 3,000 books, somewhere in there. And then we've grown from there.
Tell us a bit about how you think the library affects the community. What kind of impact does it have?
Well, we are still a fledgling library in terms of our actual physical collection. So I think the real potential of this room, and of the books in the room and the CDs and some of those physical resources is still maybe in the future, especially right now when everything's locked down and nobody's coming in here. But the room itself has had a big impact on this building and the Celtic Junction community, because it's a quiet place. You can come, you can do homework. It's the home of our Irish College. Class series happens in here, and it's the most beautiful space in the building. It's been getting used a lot for that, and we have a small group of researchers that have come in and actually done quite a bit of research in here. So one thing that we're doing with the physical collection is trying to find our niche, right? Because St. Thomas is down the road, and they have a Irish Studies collection of books. So some of these resources that we have are also available there, but we're trying to be a library for the community. And a university library can feel sort of intimidating or off limits maybe to a community, whereas I want this library to be the community's library. You know, the library you'd go to if you wanted to like look up a new song that you wanted to learn, or if you've always meant to read James Joyce, but you never got around to it. This is a place where you could go and explore these kind of things and enrich your experience of Irish culture.
So when you are open, the library is open to the public, though, is that right?
It is, yeah. We have relatively limited hours just because at the moment this is a shared space with the Irish College. So the building is also quite quiet during the day, and we haven't had the budget to have like the building open all the time, right? So it's open in the evening, and then the classes come. So we're open for 2 hours typically, 4:30 to 6:30, or 4 to 6, and then it turns over to the Irish College after that. So part of what this whole fundraiser is having a new dedicated space for those classes, so the library actually can have a little bit more open hours in the evening and be just specifically available as a resource and not just as a beautiful space.
Hi, my name is Ethna McKiernan, and I'm here to tell you how wonderful the Owen McKiernan Library is at the Celtic Junction. From history to literature to genealogy to dictionaries of the Irish language, the Valdreha, O'Donnell. The Owen McKiernan Library at the Celtic Junction has something for every Irish enthusiast. It's a truly beautiful place with several fine wooden study tables in the center, each lit by a classic green banker's lamp. surrounded by thousands of painstakingly cataloged books on elegant cherry shelving. Books abound here, and you may find yourself one afternoon gathered for a small class on poetry, or just whiling away a rainy day with a friend as you both work on genealogical research. I say these things not because the library was named after my scholar father, Owen McKiernan, but because the library is truly a magical place. Please help us further the work of the Celtic Junction. Thank you.
Diarit, Ismishakat Daly, Falchigo Lowerland, Owen McKiernan. Hello, I'm Kate Daly. Welcome to the Owen McKiernan Library. I started as a volunteer cataloging new acquisitions for the library several years ago. I enjoyed the process of learning about Ireland through the titles and subject matter of these books.
MSU address and wrote here.
Traveler to Ireland, my knowledge was more tourist and travel-oriented, somewhat filled with stereotypes. Over time, I enrolled in classes offered by the Irish College of Minnesota, located in the Celtic Junction Art Center held in the library. These classes included Irish language, poetry, literature, oral traditions, and genealogy. I sought out books in the library with similar subjects, academic as well as personal. For me, with a background in anthropology, I was interested in Irish culture and the arts, traditional and contemporary dress, and its reflection of Irish culture. And though I'm still interested in travel and tourism in Ireland, my understanding of Irish history, literature, language, politics, geography, and culture has broadened. And isn't that the purpose of a library? To increase an interest, understanding, and appreciation in a community? In the interim, the library has been my home away from home. I've read to preschoolers, suggested resources to students researching a topic, provided tours for individuals and groups, discussed Irish subjects with adults, and it's me who's been enriched by these interactions. I hope you'll join us soon. Gurmagat, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hello, I'm Brian Miller. I'm the director of the Owen McKiernan Library, and thanks so much to our good friend Kate Daly there, who's been one of the most amazing volunteers at the McKiernan Library, for those kind words, and for Ethna McKiernan, Owen's own daughter there, also speaking about the library. I'm here today with Celtic Junction Arts Center board member and another great stalwart library volunteer, Mr. Jim Tarbox. And we are asking you to pitch in and support the Celtic Junction Arts Center's beautiful library, as Ethna was saying, the Owen McKiernan Library. So we're asking for donations, and any amount helps. Whatever you can afford, $10. If you can give $50, you qualify for a special gift today.
Well, hi everybody, I am Jim Tarbox. You know, we've done the best that we can to make your donations easy. You can see there's a QR code there up in the corner if you have a Apple phone especially, but I did test my Android, being the Luddite that I am, it works equally well there. If you have the QR code on your phone, that'll take you right to the PayPal link. And you'll notice too, if you're watching on the website, there's a donate button right above our heads there. And you can click on that to make a donation too. Online donors who give $50 or more will have a chance to win a prize at 4 o'clock. Natalie will be telling us who that winner is. And of course, we always are happy to accept a check here at the Celtic Junction. We're at 836 Pryor Avenue in St. Paul, 55104, right in the midway between the two downtowns. And we are accepting many donations this hour to upgrade the McKiernan Library. The donations will help increase access to our collections. And as you just heard from Ethna and Kate talk about our beautiful reading room, we're going to turn over to Brian and let him talk a bit about his domain.
My domain it is, and it's just about out of space for our collection. We started out, I think I was saying there in the conversation Jim and I had a couple weeks ago, we started off 2,000, 3,000, somewhere in there, books that came from Owen McKiernan's own library, and we've grown quite quickly, close to 5,000 now, really. Books and CDs and LPs, physical items that we have in our beautiful reading room. So it's jammed. There is a little more room, but we need custom-made shelves to fit the CDs, and we actually have one of the community members, Andy Tatum, is working right now on some custom CD shelves, but that all costs money, and being able to kind of build the room so that it's just jammed full of beautiful books and amazing music is going to take your donations, really. Your donations will help also outfit our new office. We just moved to a slightly bigger room for the library office, which is also home to our small physical archive. So a lot of our archival material, our photos, our oral history materials, those are online, but we do have a small physical collection, and we need proper archival storage for these things, like one of those beautiful blueprint cabinets with the big wide drawers to hold old maps and posters and photos that people bring in. So, as was mentioned also earlier in relation to the Irish College, one of our special goals here with this fundraiser is to raise money to get a new dedicated classroom for the Irish College, and that will free up our reading room for more public open hours. Right now, the way we've been doing it, pre-COVID, we'd be open from 4:30 to 6:30, and then we'd have to close down the library for the classes. So if we get that new classroom, we have the option then of broadening up our open hours.
That's right, Brian. And as a library volunteer, I've done a lot of cataloging of books and records, and I can attest to the need for more space. It's a fabulous collection. I'm more into the music than the books, but I can assure you that we need the room, and we need your help to get that room. So remember, if you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can find look for the QR code up in the corner there. That'll take you to the PayPal link, and you can also send us a paper check. We still accept those. When the bank's open anyway, send those to us here at Celtic Junction. You can find the address on the webpage, celticjunction.org. And if you're donating on the website, remember, hit that donate button. And at 4 o'clock, we'll be giving away another special prize, so stand by for that.
Yeah, we've got a book this hour. Where did it go over there? A book about the Irish harp, and we have a CD as well. We'll talk about in a minute.
So we're going to turn now a little more conversation between Brian and I. We visited a couple weeks ago about the library and hear more about the library's local history projects.
Where we've really I think actually served the community so far is through our local history work. So I'm really interested in archiving as well as having physical books. So we've done an oral history project, and we've collected photos from the community documenting Irish arts in the Twin Cities. And I think that's really where we've had the biggest impact in our first 5 years, is this kind of really meaningful outreach to the community and celebrating the history of the community. Now, what we've done just from the ground up was we got another grant from the Minnesota Historical Society to do an oral history project where Dahi Sproul, the incredible local musician from Derry, went around town and interviewed some of the people that were involved in the revival here in the late 70s. And that is a real jewel, I think, in our archival collection. So we have the audio and transcripts, and then a lot of photos that people brought in around that. And that was the seed then for adding more photos. We've done a lot of collecting of photos from the dance community here, the early 80s, late 70s dance community in the Twin Cities, as well as the history of the Irish Fair, going back to the first fair in 1980. And I'm really passionate about that stuff, and it really, it's easier than a physical book to make a direct connection to someone if you find a photo of somebody that they remember or that's important to them, and I love those connections.
Hi, my name is Dahi Sproul, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about the oral history project that was done for the Owen McKiernan Library with a grant from the Minnesota Historical Society. And the way I would look at the project is that for many years, even in Ireland, back in Ireland, I was thinking that there hadn't been enough work done giving musicians and dancers and people involved in traditional culture enough opportunity to talk comfortably and at length about their lives and their art forms. And in the case of, when I used to think of it in Ireland, of course, part of the issue was that elders were not interviewed until it was too late. They were gone and we'd lost all that history. So anyhow, to move along to my time in Minnesota, when I first came here 40 years ago, or more, a bit more, 40 years ago, for a visit the first time to play music, there was already a vibrant scene here in the Twin Cities, people playing Irish traditional music at a great level, and also a very active dance scene. It was very impressive and wonderful, and that had a lot to do with me settling happily in the Twin Cities. And so the idea in recent years then was, well, maybe we should give the people who were involved, the crucial people, the people who were involved in the early period, an opportunity to tell their stories. And this was something Brian Miller was also very interested in. And so we talked about it for a while, and eventually he applied for a grant and we got going. And we assembled a list of 13 people who we knew were important to the history of traditional music and dance in the Twin Cities. And we got a nice recorder and a mic, and we assembled our list, and every now and again the both of us, or just me and myself, would get together in a comfortable setting and talk at length. Often the conversations were 2 or 3 hours. And the story, as far as our narrators are concerned, the one with the earliest information, of course, was Martin McHugh, who is our elder statesman and our inspiration here in the Twin Cities for great traditional music. Martin came here in the 50s and from Ireland, and he's a great, wonderful accordion player. And then he hung out with the people who'd come out before him playing Irish music, and then he kept the flag flying, and he inspired next generations who came along. And so that was the story that we were assembling, as it were, through all these different conversations. And it really was wonderful, and for me, being involved with it, a tremendous gift to get to listen to everybody's story. Martin McHugh, of course, was fantastic. He almost told a minute-by-minute story of his arrival in the Twin Cities and what happened. For the first few days were brought to life in great detail. And then the people who came after them, the Tom Dahill, had wonderful stories, and then the Northern Star Katie Band, Ploughing the Stars people, and the dancers Jenny Bach and Sheila Jordan told some of the story of dance in the Twin Cities. And I did the interviews, and then I transcribed them, and that added an extra dimension to the whole business, because I appreciated even more how well they told their stories and how fascinating the whole business was. And to mention Martin again, it was like a very fine piece of writing when you just transcribed what he had said. So all this is available. All these people's stories are available online through the Celtic Junction and Owen McKiernan Library, and it's well worth checking out. Another part of it that ended up happening was that we got photos. People contributed photos of those early years, from the 50s to about 90 was the theoretical timeline. And of course, everybody was digging out their old photos, and that was fantastic. And Brian Miller assembled them and went through them, and we had an exhibition at the Junction, and then so the photos were displayed, and then we had a kind of conversation / concert with some of the people who'd been participating. But it was wonderful that evening to, before the concert happened, or before whatever that was, a concert talk show happened, people were coming in, and we had plenty of time for people to walk around and look at the photos. And there were people who didn't know this history at all. But then it was just delightful to see people who had been involved in the history going along and seeing all these old photos of them 30 and 40 years ago, and reminding them of wonderful times. But it isn't, the whole point of it is that, for me anyhow, it's not just a celebration of the past. It's a celebration of the fact that we have this continuity, that the things that were happening there then were enriching a soil that is still very, very rich. And we're so delighted to have all these great musicians of all ages, and dancers, wonderful dance scene. And so if you have never gone and checked out the Oral History Project online, I'd strongly recommend it. So those are just a few words to introduce you to the whole thing, and I hope you check it out and enjoy it. All the best.
That oral history project that Dahi was just talking about is one of the projects I'm most proud of from the last 5 years at the McKiernan Library. And it was also a ton of fun, just getting out in the community, talking to musicians and singers. And for me, it's just fun to understand local history more deeply. And I learned so much through the stories that people told during that project. I'm so interested anyway in the history of Irish music in Minnesota, and I've done a bunch of research outside of my time here at the library into singing that went on up north in the logging camps. I sing a song called The Lady Elgin, and it's a fascinating song about a Great Lakes shipwreck on Lake Michigan. And I've been telling the story behind the song for years, but I just pulled a couple books off the shelf here from the library today, and I learned more. So we have a beautiful book here, the Field Journals of a Folklorist named Ivan Walton, that spent a bunch of time on Beaver Island, where there's this kind of amazing Irish community in the northern waters of Lake Michigan. And one of the singers there, Dominic Gallagher, told him that the ship that crashed into the Lady Elgin was haunted, and that he had sailed on the Great Lakes on this ghost ship, and every time it went out, somebody would perish. We have another book called The History of the Irish in Wisconsin in the 19th Century. A few pages in there about the Lady Elgin let you go a little bit deeper into sort of the messy politics in Milwaukee that were behind the trip to begin with. So right there, even for me, having sung that song for years, there's so much here in the library that allows me to go deeper into it and understand more of the history. 1, 2, 3, 1. By the morning breezes, strode a harbor, joyfully rang the bell. Little they thought ere mornings would peal so sad and now. Lost on the Lady Elgin, sleeping to wake no more, numbering in death 500 that failed to reach the shore. Lost on the Lady Elgin, sleeping to wake no more, numbering in death 500 that failed to reach the shore.
I'm Julia Rogers. I'm the president of the Irish Music and Dance Association, and we are a nonprofit focused on promoting and celebrating Irish cultural traditions. We have a couple of events throughout the year. For our IMDA Honors event 2019, we were able to partner with the McKiernan Library to bring photos to our event. And it was really wonderful to have this rich history captured. And the photos were throughout the room. People got to stop and talk about events they were at, or just really reminisce about the wonderful history and the culture that we're here, which was just a really great layer to add to an already great event.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary McNeeve, and I was a member of the Mooncoin Ceilidh Dancers for about 10 years. And in 1980, we went to Ireland to collect set dancers. It was one night in Ennis while we were learning the clarinet that I got really dizzy, so I stepped out of the group and went to lean against a wall to recover. And as I was watching the dancers that were so wholeheartedly engaged with each other, I realized that bringing the two groups together, we really belong to something way bigger than all of us. So then years later, we heard that when there was greater interest in the clarinet because those Yanks from Minnesota had traveled so far to learn the dance. Now today, the Celtic network of connection continues its really vibrant life at the Celtic Junction and the Owen McKiernan Library in Twin Cities. For example, there was a celebratory evening for the Oral History Project that included an exhibition of archival photos from the Owen McKiernan Library. And that evening there was a feeling of such warmth and appreciation for our shared history that just permeated the room as we revisited those really exuberant times when we forged so much friendship through the Irish Music and Dance. When the Irish Music and Dance Association invited me to be part of their honors program, my first thought was, what are they thinking? I've been dancing for 30 years. But again, with my co-honorees, Jenny Bach and Sheila Jordan, we had a really another jolly evening with additional photos from the library's growing collection. The Celtic Junction and the Owen McKiernan Library are really phenomenal resources for Irish music, dance, and language, and local Irish history in cities like Junction. So with both financial and volunteer support, may they live long and always prosper.
Yes, live long and prosper. We shall. That was Mary McNeeve there, a long dancer and teacher with Ceilidh Dancers, Crossroads School. Mary was along with Jordan and Bach last fall at an event put on by the Irish Dance Association. Julia Rogers talking about their honors event held here at the Junction. The Owen McKiernan Library. We gathered all these wonderful photos from the gals of Jenny, Mary, and we have a beautiful exhibition that we set up in the main hall here at Junction, all along the walls. And it's just one of the ways that we try to use our local history archive to connect with the broader community and help add this historical angle to local Irish arts events. And once again, I am Brian Miller, the library director, and I'm sitting here today with library volunteer and Celtic Junction Arts Center board member Jim Tarbox. And why are we sitting here? Only to ask for your support, to support this meaningful work that the Owen McKiernan Library is doing. The Celtic Junction Arts Center, of course, our parent organization, is the host of this fundraiser, and we're celebrating all the different programs the Celtic Junction Arts Center does. This is Library Hour. Now it's time to show your support specifically for the McKiernan Library by giving this hour. We're asking for donations of any amount, whatever works for you, $10, $50, but whatever works.
Well, that's right, Brian. We are doing our best to make your donations easy to make here. If you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can see that there's a QR code up in the corner there. If you hold your phone up to that, that'll take you right to our PayPal site, and you can make a donation very simply there. And if you make a donation there of $50 or more, you'll be eligible for a special gift that we're giving away at the top of the hour here, 4 o'clock. And of course, we do take paper checks too. You can find the address to the Celtic Junction on our website at celticjunction.org. I have to tell you that I've been getting the business about these socks I'm wearing today, but I promise not a single penny of your donation will go to buying me new socks, despite Cormac's fervent wish that I wore something different. So please, dig deep if you can. We know times are tough, but we would really appreciate any donation of any size that you can give us.
Oh, Jim, I love your socks. The collection at the McKiernan Library includes these wonderful, one-of-a-kind items like the oral histories Dahi Sproul was talking about, and the photos that were part of these exhibitions that we've put together. We also have books and CDs. And one of the things that your money goes to is to expand these collections so that we can do these fun and valuable exhibitions. They fund our photo mounting supplies, our equipment we use to record things like oral histories, photo equipment. Your gift also increases our book buying budget, so we can buy books specifically aimed at the classes at the Celtic College or at our Irish music and dance community. Those are the two communities we really want to serve here at the library. Jim mentioned gifts we're giving away at the end of the hour. It's a gift pack. It's a kind of an assortment of things, I believe. But we have a book here from our collection, a duplicate book, kind of a hard-to-find book about the Irish harp and the history of the Irish harp. I'm going to this is spur of the moment and wild. I'm going to throw in the Lost 40 CD that has that beautiful Lady Elgin song on it there. How can they give, Jim?
You can go to the website. Look for that QR code up in the corner there. Hold your phone up to that, and it'll do all the heavy lifting for you. And of course, we are accepting any donations of any size. We really appreciate your help.
And now we're going to turn back to that conversation Jim and I had a week ago, more about what the McKiernan Library plans for the future.
So you'd mentioned the music and the archival part of the library. Tell us a little bit more about the collection.
Yeah, the archival collection, that just basically started from scratch. There were a few archival materials that came with the big pile of boxes that came from the McKiernan family. And we're actually just kind of getting to those now, and they're quite exciting. So one piece that came from the McKiernans were the master tapes for Owen's television programs that he produced in the early 60s when he first had arrived in Minnesota. So he had 2 shows that ran on public television. They were recorded just right up on Como Avenue at the early public TV studio there. And the first was called Ireland Revisited, and the second was called Irish Diary. And I think there were, something around 50 episodes between the 2 shows. But they were really revolutionary, again, for kind of promoting this more multidimensional vision of Ireland and modern Ireland and Irish history that kind of maybe broke Americans out of their Danny Boy comfort zone. So we have those master tapes, and we have actually just got word this week that they're completed being digitized. So we wrote a grant to the Minnesota Historical Society to get money to digitize them and preserve them, and we've succeeded with that.
How would you like to see the library continue to grow?
Well, I would love us, with the space and with the physical collection, to really define our collection areas. So the two that are sort of emerging are Irish music, which wouldn't be a focus for the St. Thomas collection, nor the Minnesota Historical Society. That's really something that I think could be unique to us here in Minnesota, in this room. And it serves, obviously, the community that's in the building. It's also, of course, my own passion, so I'm biased. And then the other obvious collection area is Irish language. So Owen McKiernan was way ahead of his time, especially as somebody born in America, in recognizing the importance of preserving, reviving, celebrating the Irish language. And he really committed much of his life to that. So his collection reflects that, and there were all these really actually quite rare Irish language books in his collection. And then as it's worked out, we have this incredible teacher from Connemara, Lavinia Finnerty, that teaches for the Irish College. And so we have this strength in this Irish language area, which really is a niche and kind of unusual. So we've been collecting quite a few Irish language books, and they're rare and they're hard to come by. And they're definitely off the beaten path, but we have a great community of Irish language learners here in the Twin Cities, and we're trying to support those two areas. So I'd love to see those two areas grow. I'd love us to have more audio. We have already a great, like really kind of uniquely wonderful collection of Irish traditional music, recorded music. We have a partnership now with Gael Lynn Records, one of the great Irish music record labels in Ireland, and also a huge promoter of Irish language. And they sent us this, you were involved with cataloging it, but a big swath of their back catalog. I think we have maybe like 70% of the full Gael Lynn catalog now, which is amazing.
So you'd mentioned digitizing Owen McKiernan's video stuff, which makes me think of digitization in general. What are the prospects of the library going online? Is that a pie in the sky, or is that something you hope to accomplish someday?
Yeah, we're already online. I mean, we're just not. I mean, the way that works is it really separates the physical collection from your archival collection, right? Because we're not going to go through and digitize all these books. In all likelihood, Google has already done that, and we'll let them have that legal fight. But we are putting more stuff online on our website, which is part of the Celtic Junction website. If you go there, and our logo is the red phoenix, the bird, and click on the bird and go to the library part of the site, and we have our oral history project online. We have an archive of concert recordings from the Traditional Singers Club. We have a photo archive of the community. We have all the past posters and programs from the Irish Fair. Those are all digitized, all online and searchable, as well as a fascinating collection of a family of Irish American musicians that grew up on Cedar Lake, south of the Twin Cities, and then lived over by St. Mark's. The Doherty family, we just put that up recently, and they're these home recordings from the 50s of them playing Irish traditional music and Scandinavian waltzes in their living room at home. So we've been putting quite a bit of stuff online. It's just, I think maybe in the Google age, there's an assumption that maybe everything goes online, but the books are here. And the books, like I said, I mean, some of the books are accessible online. Some of them have been digitized, but that's not our project. Our project is collecting the physical items so that you can physically come in and look at them. And then separately, we have this archival mission where we're putting things online. And that's, if you go to our website, there's loads there already, and hopefully a lot more to come.
Well, that's great. Well, you've talked a little bit about your hopes to grow the library and expand the collection, both music and digital. Tell us a little bit about how our donors' contributions are going to avail that up.
So we exist like most libraries, completely because of donors and grant support. There's no charge to come in the door of the library, and really we completely rely on donors. So we've only recently, because of generous donations, had a budget to purchase books. So if we want a book, like there's a symposium happening soon on Frederick Douglass, incredible historical figure from America who actually spent time in Ireland, on his time in Ireland and what effect that might have had on his viewpoint. And so we were able, with having a book budget, to buy, there's a nice book that's written about Frederick Douglass's time in Ireland. There are other issues that come up or other topics. I did a class recently through the Center for Irish Music on Chief O'Neill, great tune collector, Irish music collector that was also chief of police in Chicago, and the library was able to buy a book. So we're able to buy books that support things that are going on in the community. Donations also just fund my position. I'm employed to be here, and there's really no income stream other than the community support that allows that to be so. So I'm just I'm so thankful that people have stepped up and put up the money to have the library be here. It also buys equipment for us, the scanners that allow us to scan people's photos that they bring in, and the computers that we have available during normal times. We try to have a subscription to Ancestry.com, so another group that we try to serve are people doing genealogy. So all these things cost money, and support is so welcome and just amazing. It's been amazing so far. Back in 2010, the great character and ballroom player and singer Martine de Kogan was living in Rochester, Minnesota, and we were playing together quite a bit, and Martine wanted to make a live album here at the Celtic Junction, which we ended up doing. As part of that, we were going to do a set of tunes with Nathan Gorley and Nora Rendell playing fiddle and flute, and Martine asked me, what if we found some tunes that all were named after places in Cork? So I got out O'Neill's book, which a lot of people would have this at home that play Irish music. We have it here at the library, and just went through the table of contents really and found 3 reels that all had Cork names. Of course, Chief O'Neill that put the book together, chief of police in Chicago around 1900. He was from West Cork. Here's that set of tunes from our concert with Martine that was put out on the album.
I really enjoyed that. What do you think, Cormac?
It was great to see that young-looking Brian Miller in there.
The library has done such amazing work in the last 4 years. It's a joy every time to hear the updates from Brian and to see what's going on. Oral history, local history, literature, music. I mean, as you can see, it's all weaving together into this beautiful tapestry and this beautiful history. And we're telling the story of Minnesota. We're telling the story of the Irish who came here. It stretches beyond generations and it stretches beyond time. It's really beautiful. And it really proves, as I have known all along, of course, that Brian Miller is the perfect person in the perfect job for the perfect time. This was the time that needed him. He stepped in when the Owen McKiernan Library came into existence. And it is an ideal match. It's the universe conspiring for us, I think, and just recognizing how lucky we are.
Definitely. Here on the Brian Miller part. And thank you to Brian and Jim,
of course,
for their incredible contribution there. They're naturals, our TV special men.
With the voices.
With the voices, yes, yes. And those socks. You can't beat the socks. So, I mean, I hope this is giving you a little bit of an indication of how strong the library program is. We're just incredibly honored to have Brian as our leader in that particular area. And he has an incredible group of volunteers and people who are contributing so much. So speaking of contributing, we now have another winner to announce. We have this, what is it called? The Junction Thank You Pack. It's got the pin, the patch, and the bag. And Leah Evison, you're our winner this hour.
Congratulations, Leah. You also get the special gifts this hour, the Irish Heart Book and the Lost 40 CD special gift from Brian, our singing librarian, Brian Miller. Congratulations. Now, we'll message you, but stick around. We just got a special announcement. There will be a chance for a $300 gift card for Cara Pub's Dinner for 10, but we just got a big donation. Terry and Megan Simons from San Jose, California, just pledged $10,000. And it just so happens he works for Google. Google will match it. So that means $20,000. They were inspired by our Irish College of Minnesota, especially by the language. They're great supporters of the language. And that's one of the things that we do best. And that means a great deal. That will go so many ways. Thank you so much to both Terry and Megan. That puts us well on our way toward our goal of $100,000. Now, next, we have 12 years of music in these halls. We're going to be talking with Cormac about concerts.
Right, thanks and welcome back to the third section of our 5th annual fundraiser. This is our virtual edition, as I mentioned before. My name is Cormac O'Shea and I'm the board chair of Celtic Junction Arts Centre.
I'm Natalie Nugent O'Shea. I'm the executive director of the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. Now, we have never done a virtual fundraiser before, so we decided to go all out. We got a little carried away, perhaps. We are now on hour 3 of a 6-hour streamathon.
6 hours. How on earth did we agree to do this? But you're here joining us and we're incredibly happy to have you. Over to the business side of it, we are looking to raise $100,000 in a matching challenge donation. We started earlier today. We heard from Natalie earlier on about some incredible donations. I believe we're up over 20,000 at this point, but we'll update you as we go along. If you feel like contributing, the best way to do that is through PayPal. There's a link on your screen, or you can go to the QR code in the top right corner and you can just hold your phone up to it and it will take you to the PayPal page to donate.
You have another chance to win then for a prize at the end of the hour. What it's going to be this time is our concert section. So we have a gorgeous CD from Martine de Cogon from Cork with Love, and we have some tunes from the Brian Brew Pipe Band, as well as our Celtic Junction gift pack, patch, a pin, and a gorgeous library tote. So don't miss out on a chance. $50 tomorrow gets you into the drawing to win that. Now, we've been focusing on one program on the hour. First, we did education and then library. Now we're moving into concerts. We have we're going on our 12th year of concerts, of music and entertainment here at the Celtic Junction. It's been soaking up into the walls, and it's a beautiful thing. We're talking with Cormac O'Shea, concert director.
I'm going to continue on here with my good friend Brian Miller. He has been one of our most frequent visitors to the stage over the last 11 years. I wonder, Brian, if you were even one of the first performers here. We were just chatting here, thinking about when we actually first started concerts. It was back in January of 2010 was the first official concert we had here. There were a couple of small events that had happened before that, but our first official concert was a band from Scotland. Brian was probably in attendance at that gig, I think, that night.
Was.
Yeah. And humble beginnings for sure. I remember during that week kind of going, oh my God, what are we doing? Hanging lights and hanging speakers and stuff like that, and actually getting ready for what at the time we never knew what the journey would turn out to be, and that we would still be here 11 years later doing it. But it was a bit of a leap of faith at that time. You, Brian, have been a touring artist all over the US, and you've actually gone to Ireland touring as well.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing to talk about this venue as somebody who has both played here with bands that are from out of town, in that the other people in the band are from out of town, but then I also live just down the street. But I could just say, like, from the perspective of, I mean, I do sort of know the perspective that you have if you're a band that's traveling around the United States and you look at the map and you know, maybe you have a festival, or maybe you have a gig, some big gig in some part of the United States, and we're going to try to build a tour around this. We're going to add some dates. We're going to go in some direction, right? And I can tell you, Minnesota, in those conversations, is at where the sidewalk ends for most bands, you know, and they're looking at their map and they're going to Chicago, and will we go up to Milwaukee and do a gig? Oh, gosh, or maybe we'll try doing a gig there, and then they look at this great unknown, the great white north.
I can tell you a lot of the conversations I've had over the years where people, they've kind of picked up the phone and called and not known whether, been very non-committal, I suppose, because they're just thinking to themselves, there's nothing beyond here. There's no way to connect.
There can be that sense, I think, you know, especially for a band like Malinky or some band from Ireland or the UK, and they're coming over and they see Chicago and they know that name. And then there's this Minnesota place that's like 7 hours down the road. And of course, you know, like there is a long history of people coming here and playing at the Cedar and playing at other local venues or local festivals. But it really, like, what's happened with the Celtic Junction is that if you're playing, you know, traditional Irish music, you're playing any kind of Celtic music, it's really on the map as a venue that's specifically for you and has that audience, has that cultural affinity for the music. And when you see that and you're looking at a map of the United States there with your band, or, you know, going back and forth over email or however you're doing it, and you're thinking, where will we go? And you know that this place has a community and has a cultural center specifically aimed at your type of music, it puts it on the map. And it literally puts it on your tour map that you're going to make that stop and you're going to make that 7-hour drive, or depending on if you stop in Milwaukee first or whatever you do.
I feel like right now, about a month after we did our outdoor concert series, I mean, it basically sold itself. The mere mention of asking artists to perform, I think nobody said no. And then, you know, the ticket sales, we didn't really do any promotion. We just kind of made people aware that this was happening. And we had close to 800 people.
Great.
Yeah, somewhere in the 700 and something people that came over the course of the 3 days and over the 12 events. And I suppose I kind of remembered what it was like to run a concert that weekend. You know, we'd never really done anything outside as a group, and it was a vision to use the beautiful mural as a backdrop, and yeah, it made for a pretty special weekend. It's wonderful to have a facility that is dedicated to this form of music, and pretty much exclusively. You know, we get the odd, we'll take bookings and take in events of close community, you know, friendships and partnerships, but most of what happens, you know, the majority of what happens is in that Irish music genre.
Yeah, you mentioned the Singers Club. Just to say one thing, on just as someone that's involved in that shoestring local organization, and I know it would feel the same for like the Great Northern Irish Pipers Club or the Irish Music and Dance Association. Some of these organizations around town. I mean, this building and the concert space has meant so much, just as a venue. It's just the go-to venue for a lot of these organizations. When I put on my Singers Club hat, that's how one way I think of this place is the place where I can hold an event.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I think it's inspired people to actually take the plunge to host events at different times. Like, I've always wanted people to feel as though this is theirs. This belongs to the community. And over the years, I think that's become clearer. You know, maybe at the beginning or at the outset, it was like, well, this, you know, Irish guy, Cormac, and his wife Natalie are doing this Irish Centre. Like, we were friends at the time where it started out, but a lot of people didn't know us. And I don't know if we understood what the journey was ourselves. It's been this journey of discovery. There's been a lot of self-serve events, and that's something that I really have a personal passion for, that I wanted people to feel like it was their own. I would say there are hundreds of people in the community who know the keypad code to get in the door, and that's always been the goal. It belongs to the community, and I feel like that's the way it should be. And fortunately, it's worked.
Hi there, my name's Steve Byrne, and I'm a founder member of the Scots folk song band Malinky. I'm also the Scots Singer of the Year 2019. We had the distinct privilege of being the first touring band to take the stage at the Celtic Junction back in January 2010. And as well as being thoroughly impressed by Minnesota's winter weather, we were impressed by the warm welcome that we had from everybody in meeting the O'Sheas, the McBurneys, and being welcomed into their homes. So we were delighted to return the following year and to do workshops with Nora Rendell and all sorts of other folk. It was a wonderful time, and we still talk about it as a wonderful venue. So we hope that you can reach out today and support this fantastic community resource with a donation. I still have my Celtic Junction fridge magnet somewhere in the house. I say somewhere because the small person that we live with has decided to collect all of the fridge magnets and put them somewhere else in her playroom. But I'm going to give you a song now for tonight's celebration. And it's a song which comes from the pen of Tommy Sands, the great Irish songwriter from the north of Ireland. It's a song about freedom and democracy, which I think is something really worth singing about in these times. So this will keep your hopes up and stay safe. This is called Your Daughters and Your Sons. They wouldn't hear your music and they pulled your paintings down. They wouldn't read your writing and they banned you from the town. They couldn't stop you dreaming and the victory you've won. You sow the seeds of freedom in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. You sow the seeds of freedom in your daughters and your sons. Your weary smile, it proudly hides the chain marks in your hands, where you bravely strive to realise the rights of everyone. Though your body's bent and low, a victory you've won. You sow the seeds of justice in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. You sow the seeds of justice in your daughters and your sons. I don't know your religion, but one day I heard you pray for a world where everyone can work and children they can play. And though you never got your share of the fruits that you had won, sow the seeds of equality in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. You sow the seeds of equality in your daughters and your sons. They taunted you in Belfast, they tortured you in Spain, and in that Warsaw ghetto where they tied you up in chains. In Vietnam and Chile where they came with tanks and guns. It's there you sowed the seeds of peace in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. It's there you sowed the seeds of peace in your daughters and your sons. And now your music's playing, I read your writings on the wall. All the beautiful dreams that you painted can now be seen by one and all. And now you've got them thinking and the future's just begun. You sow the seeds of freedom in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. You sow the seeds of freedom in your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. In your daughters and your sons. I sow the seeds of freedom in your daughters and your sons. Tommy Sands.
Thank you, Steve, for that lovely contribution to our fundraiser today. It's been a long time since I've heard Steve play, so it was really great to have a little excerpt from him. As mentioned in the interview, Malinky were our first official ticketed concert that we had 10 years ago. So with regard to tickets, they don't sell themselves, and the full cost of our tickets for our concerts, as I mentioned there, it really doesn't cover what it costs to run a concert. So that's why we're here today, so that we can, in 2021, hopefully bring you some more live concerts.
Yeah, for sure. And we've done all this because of the generosity of the community. These concerts, 11 years, it's been here, and it's been here for you because of you. The money that comes in from donations really make it all possible. And we've done our best to make donating easy today. You're watching online, and if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, there is a PayPal link, hopefully, over if you look at the chat or in the comments. There's also this lovely QR code up here somewhere, roughly. I'm trying to point at it. That's tough, hard to do. But if you're watching on one screen and you still have your smartphone in your other hand, if you're a double screener like I am sometimes, you put that up there and you read that QR code and it zips you right off to PayPal. But really, if you want to, you can send a check to our address here at Celtic Junction. Any way you can get the money to us, we'll take it. And today's going great. We've got a load of momentum after those first 2 hours. Keep the momentum going. Let's keep those donations coming in. And it's just, if you get above $50, you are entered to win a prize. But we'll take any amount. We'll take more than 50.
Definitely more than 50. And on every hour, we actually have a chance to win a prize. So everyone who donates gets put into a pot, and Joanna's performing the magic. She randomly picks someone to receive our prize. So we're going to continue on now with a little bit of more interview time with Pete McCauley and myself.
Good man. Good man.
You know, one of the things I was thinking about maybe is hearing you tell me a little bit about your vision for concerts at the Celtic Junction moving forward, you know, maybe in a post-COVID, post-pandemic.
The temporary pause, you could say, in concerts has been an interesting time to reflect on what the journey has been, the last decade, almost exactly a decade. I said January 2010 was our first ticketed concert we ran, and March 8th, 2020 was the last one. The last one up until last month's outdoor concert series. And I suppose last month really reminded me of, for me personally, it's almost like a drug. It's like you feel this great sense of, I feel a great sense of pride when I see people show up to a show. I fell into this through my own personal interest in Irish music, my own personal journey of playing it too, and of growing up in it. My parents were I think out of all three of us kids, they poured a lot of energy and resources into me and Irish music, because I was interested from a very young age. Both my siblings played, but sort of let it go in their teen years, and then it stuck and stayed with me, and they brought me to all kinds of events and concerts, and they enabled a lot of things for me. As we look forward to the future, I just don't know what the landscape holds. Like, I'm a little concerned that the pandemic will have, I suppose it is interrupted the momentum and the constants. You know, a lot of bands would just be, they spend March in America, or they spend, you know, they always would have at least once a year, maybe once every 2 years, they would plan to tour the United States in some way, or Canada as well. And as we look forward to the future, I really hope that there are artists that we're able to avail of, and we're able to book. Our first decade we've been so incredibly fortunate. Most of our bookings have come from people contacting us, and not necessarily from me going after or seeking them, unless I've known or seen that, okay, well, they're going to be in Chicago, or they're going to be in St. Louis, or they're going to be, you know, they're going to be some state around, and I think, okay, well, let's try and see if we can convince them to come up to the Great White North. My vision for it as we go forward would be to be a little bit more proactive in who we're deliberately selecting. Sure. and to try to reach out to a specific type of music.
And I think that there's a lot of creative ways that we as a community can enhance the stuff that's already happened and that pattern moving forward, but also, enhancing it with creating more online events, creating more events that then are attended online, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, indeed. Like we together have produced a couple of online concerts, and we're planning to do more this winter. We've invested in a little bit of technology to be able to do that, and to be able to do it in a safe way as well. To be able to do it distanced and to be able to allow the artists to feel safe. We're looking at doing a concert series over the winter, where artists could invite friends and family to be a human audience for them. So there will be a little bit of human interaction in a safe way, but the majority of the audience would consume the concert online in the safety and the comfort of their own home.
And there's a lot of interesting stuff that I was thinking about too, from like the community perspective. This venue is a super high quality concert venue, and I think a lot of people in the community, there's a lot of people in our local Irish support community, whether you're Irish or not, but support the Irish arts, know of this venue and they know how high quality it is. But there's a larger community that I don't think know just how incredible a concert venue this is. I think it rivals the Cedar Cultural Center absolutely in the kind of sound quality and the lighting and the stage. It's not as big, but that's kind of nice, especially for local artists, because, speaking as a local artist myself, being able to put on a concert here, and even if you only bring in 100 people, it feels really rich. It feels packed. It feels like a real concert event. And you don't have venues like that elsewhere in the cities. They start at about 300 seats and up, and they get kind of expensive. If you want to book something on an independent basis and have an event or a concert, it can be really expensive, and then you have to worry about insurance, and there's all kinds of stuff that make it hard for small independent artists to have these kind of events. But the Celtic Junction is a perfect place for that. And not only is it great from a, accessibility standpoint, but it's such a high quality venue. And so when the Hounds of Finn were first getting going, that was in 2007, and then when you opened in 2010, we decided that we needed to put on a concert for a video, because we needed to have video to be able to book our band into festivals and touring and all that kind of stuff. And so we were trying to figure out where should we have this live concert and record it. Well, our friend Ken Onstad said, check out the Celtic Junction. There's a great stage and great equipment there. And sure enough, it worked out to be an absolutely perfect venue for us to have this concert that we then turned into a live DVD. And we'll probably, hopefully, play some of it during this webcast. Yeah. But that was in 2010. That was November of 2010.
Wow.
So we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of that concert. And but if we hadn't been able to easily contact you and book the venue and be able to afford the venue at such a reasonable rates, like there's no way we would have been able to do that. And that, from the Hounds of Finn standpoint, creating that video then got us into all kinds of festivals around the country and really helped our band to grow the brand. And so that was invaluable to us. And I think that there are more local artists on that level that could take advantage of this resource to be able to bolster their image and to, work up their popularity. And so I think that's something that would be helpful to start getting the word out. And hopefully as we raise some money through the fundraiser to really bolster that image, we can start letting people know that this is a great place to come and host a concert and shoot your videos. And maybe it's music videos, and like the music video we shot a couple years ago. I mean, that worked out great. Yeah. The value that adds to the community is just tremendous. I'm also involved with the Hamlin Midway Coalition, and they put on the holiday pop-up every year. Yeah. And those kinds of events, it's so valuable for local organizations to be able to have a place where they can go, have a relatively small event, but without a whole lot of headache about how are we going to get access to the space? How are we going to fit everybody in there? How are we going to worry about this, that, the other thing?
And my goal all along has been to be flexible with people. You know, the rental fees of the space were really just designed to keep the space. That's literally it. And there's no profit motive involved in them. The whole idea was to, you know, community events operate on shoestring budgets, and cultural events of all kinds. Sometimes they don't have any budget. Sometimes people just say, we're going to book it. We hope we get people in the door, and then we'll give you a share of the proceeds of the door. I mean, that's how the majority of the concerts have operated. We haven't had the budget resources, either in the early days of just operating the concerts, you know, myself, to now where we actually have, you know, more board involvement, and there are more people who are supporting the concept.
So one thing that's really cool is that a couple years ago, the Celtic Junction Arts Center won an award. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, the Irish Central hosted a vote for the Best Irish American Cultural Centre and Festival Award, I believe it was. And through some crazy fortune, and the voting public, Celtic Junction Arts Centre and the Owen McKiernan Library won the award. And that was in 2 years ago, 2018.
2018, yeah.
Yeah, once that award, I suppose, was out there, or was possible to vote for, our community supported us, and the community voted for us, and we were very, very lucky. And it's been a great honor, and it's been a lovely recognition from Irish Central themselves and from the community that we were of value to them.
Well, congratulations on that, and hopefully there'll be more of those in the future.
Yeah, I can only hope. It's not our motivation to do it, but it's lovely when someone says, well done.
It sure is. It sure is, yeah.
Hello everyone, I am here to encourage you to donate to the Celtic Junction Arts Center. I myself have been a happy customer of the Celtic Junction for 11 years now, attending a countless number of concerts and workshops, various sorts of events, and ceilidhs, both Irish and Scottish style ceilidhs. And where else in this region would we have had these extraordinary experiences and opportunities? Now, I've also enjoyed a life and a career in traditional arts, so I know what it takes to keep an art center like this running. It takes community participation in events and programming, whether live or online. It takes sharing your enthusiasm for your experiences at the Celtic Junction. And it also takes your support in the form of a donation. You can donate any time of year, but it is especially meaningful during this fall fundraiser. So I'm telling you, now is the time. With me followed the la, with me followed the la, with me followed the la, right followed the la, right the diddle-dee, skittery, idle-dee, donate to see Jack now. Thank you. hoase chille macht you one kabin kwan. You rock the hoase chille macht you one kabin kwan.
Hi folks, Todd Menton here. As a player, a musician who's worked in Irish music and other traditional music all my life, I can't tell you what a blessing it is to have a place like CJAC, where you can bring crazy, new, loud, fast ideas or straight up, straight down the line traditional ideas. Performing, getting together with other musicians, sessions, instruction. You can learn about how dance and music intersects. You can just show up at CJAC and read up on whatever it is you're interested in the Owen McKiernan Library. It's a wonderful place. Central location. Everybody in town can show up. All are welcome. It's wonderful to have a place to play, a place to congregate, a place to learn. Celtic Junction Arts Center. Absolutely love it.
The anchor's away and the gear all made fast. Oh, you royal! And them boys give a cheer when the harbour is past. And we're bound for Royal Grand. It's away, all away. Oh, you royal! Tell anyone, bring 'em down. We're bound for Royal Grand.
Hello, Celtic Junction fundraiser, and my name's Neil Gunn, and a message from the woods. It's fall, but it's 21 degrees at the moment, but Cormac, this t-shirt's for you. The Celtic Junction, where do I start? I moved to Minnesota about 10 years ago, and I really didn't know what the trad music scene was going to be like when I came over here. And after about nine months or so of living in Minnesota, I happened upon the Celtic Junction. And over the last 10 years, I've met wonderful new friends. I've heard incredible music. I've watched little people go from this size and turn into big people, and watched them grow and flourish in their music, in their dance, in their language, and in their culture. And it's been fantastic. The Celtic Junction has been a huge part of my life for the last 10 years. I'm going to point out at this point, it's called the Celtic Junction, not the Irish Junction, the Celtic Junction. I always like to mention that coming from Scotland. We have a monthly ceilidh, which is a social dance in Scotland, and there's no place I could think of having it in the Twin Cities other than the Junction. I always say at our ceilidhs that the people of Minnesota and the surrounding areas have no idea how lucky they are to have such a phenomenal place right here on their doorsteps. So I hope you're enjoying your evening, and I hope you're a little warmer than me. And whatever you can do to help support the Celtic Junction and help keep this amazing place going, find it in your heart to do so. Stay safe, stay well. Cheers all.
In my role as the Centre for Irish Music's Artistic Director of 10 years, I can attest to how valuable the concert series at the Celtic Junction has been for our students. It's not everywhere that you have somebody like Cormac who's connected to the music community in Ireland and in other places, and who's able to bring artists in. And I've really seen that connection, being able to see live musicians of a high caliber perform in a small to medium venue like the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. It's so valuable for our students, and we've had hundreds and hundreds of students over the years, and we come to the concerts and we can meet and listen to live music together, and it's really valuable for our students who are learning Irish music at the Centre for Irish Music. So I would really encourage you to support this fundraiser and to support the concert series at the Celtic Junction Arts Centre.
All right, thank you to all those incredible messages there from our friends, from Laura, who's our board member, our whole group of Brass Lassie. You got to see a clip of Todd Menton there in our outdoor concert series last month. And then from Neil off in the North Woods in his accordion shirt, go accordions. And then finally from Nora, our director of Centre for Irish Music, and Brian's dear wife.
I know her.
Yeah.
I do know her. Yes, indeed. Yeah, thanks, Nora. That was great. Nora rushed over here to make that the other day. She told me she moved her desk in a flurry and nearly put her back out. So it's a lot of work went into putting these videos together today. We're here all afternoon and into the evening, and we're just doing the whole thing to try to encourage you to contribute, to donate money to the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, there should be, let's see if I can do it better this time, over there, right by Cormac's beautiful head.
The other side.
There's a QR code, and if you hold your phone up to that on your computer screen, it'll direct you to the PayPal. Otherwise, you just type in the address, paypal.me/paypal.me/Celtic Junction. Oh, man. Woo, that's a lot to remember. But if you go in the chat or the comments in Facebook or YouTube, you should be able to just click away at that link. You can send an old-fashioned check to our old-fashioned address. We even have a mailbox. We're that incredible here. And if you are on our website, there's a donate button. Don't be confused. There's a menu up there above my head. And at the end of the menu, it says donate. That's the donate button. If you give more than $50, you're entered to win a special prize.
Yes, we'll be announcing that special prize at the end of the hour, and we've another one for the next hour and for our final more live show later on. Not that we're not live right now.
We are live.
So we're going to go back to a little more content here from Pete and myself sitting down talking about the about concerts over the years. You got to see a little piece of video of him and the Hounds of Finn earlier on. I can't believe that was 10 years ago. So back over to Pete and myself. Production value is very important to me, and it's something that I was very fortunate to have a dad that was really into photography, into sound, into lighting, into anything he could turn his hand to, just out of his own personal interest and involvement in events in his life, and mostly through Irish dancing as well. Production value of what would go into those events. And I kind of got that bug, and I think he laughs at me now. He's like, wow, you've taken this a lot further than you go, way beyond what I was ever involved in. But I think that's one of the keys to the success. There's a technical part that you have to have. You have to have an interest in producing things, and then you need to have a budget to be able to do it. And that's I suppose where fundraisers like this are so important, because we have aspirations, and we have equipment that we bought 10 years ago that's kind of maybe needs a little help, or the medium of concerts and of entertainment is always shifting. As you said, in 2010 when you shot the Hounds of Finn video, that was kind of the beginning of where video was absolutely needed. I mean, if you were going to try and promote yourself as an artist or as a band, you really needed some video. And now it's more important than ever. But now it's like it's the norm more so now, and the expectations of quality and of production value are higher.
Being a performing musician for many years myself, but also a consumer of concerts, I love being able to go to a venue where you can sit really close to the artist, but also hear everything in a real crystal clear sound and really high quality audio, because I'm also video and audiophile, I'm into all that stuff. So I like for it to be very clear and crisp, and it's definitely, as far as in my experience, this is one of the best concert venues from the standpoint of as a viewer and as an audience member, you get such a great quality, and that speaks a lot to your story about growing up and production value. But the fact that there's this, it fits a niche in the community and amongst the music scene too, of a place where people could be putting stuff on and they don't have to spend a crap ton of money to put it on. They don't have to be worried too much about all the details. Like if you go and try to rent the Cedar Cultural Center, or you try to rent some of these other venues in town, it can be really difficult.
I've been really keen all the time since we have been operating concerts to keep the barrier of entry low. I've never wanted to impose minimums and rules that would be an impediment to someone. I just kind of explain to them, this is what's possible if this is the scale of event you want to do, and then it's all just a sliding scale. The more people that they can attract to the event, it definitely helps, but it doesn't mean that you either can do it or can't do it. And that's never been part of my interest, and that's the way I hope to go forward. It takes a lot of trust, it takes patience, and it just takes a lot of volunteer energy, and it takes resources. It takes resources and finance from our community to help support what it is. As I said earlier, the concerts don't generate any money. In fact, they cost money to run, but they are one of the principal ways in which people interact with this whole space, with the whole cultural center. And they're one of the main incentives for me to do all of the other parts of the work, when the roof is leaking, or when the parking lot is full of someone's left their mattress in the parking lot, and you think, well, it all feels worth it to me when the lights go down and an artist comes on stage and plays. That's the real motivator for me.
There aren't a lot of other venues in town that are programming Irish and Celtic cultural stuff in general. I mean, there certainly are some things, like you said, some of the larger acts come through, play at the Cedar Cultural Center, sometimes, some house concerts and whatnot. But I mean, one of the things that's really important about this venue is that it does celebrate that artistic culture that we have among Celtic peoples, but it's also great because it's very open to all kinds of heritages and all kinds of different arts groups and art, musicians and whatnot. So it's a great way to both celebrate our Irish and Celtic heritage, but it's also very inclusive. And I think that's one thing that matters a lot to me as a member of the neighborhood, is just that it's very open and inclusive of all kinds of people, and I love that about this place.
Yeah, and that's a very intentional part of the whole vision for the center itself. There's always been an expressed desire from myself and Natalie. I mean, sometimes even she's looked at me and gone, "Are you sure?" and I'm like, "Yeah, this will be fine. They're good people." And one of the other, I suppose, little side notes has been that lots of our local, like really local people in the neighborhood have rented it for birthday parties and quinceaneras, and I think that it works for them because, again, it's a relationship of trust. It's the price of rental is low, and usually meet them in the day, and they come in and they say yes, and they're so focused on what their family event is. Usually they're family-based events, and they They love the fact that we're not looking for an event insurance policy, and we're not, trying to have them be contracted or anything like that. It's just it's a trust-based thing. Sometimes it's not worked out great, but that's okay. A mirror gets broken, or a football goes flying or something like that, and you work those things out. But that's what a community center is supposed to be. If we're not relevant to the people who live a block away from the building, then we're not really serving the area that we reside in. Yeah. So it's a very exciting neighborhood where the building is located, and it has really been revived and is continuing to revive through the Hamlin Midway Coalition and the Creative Enterprise Zone. I see a lot of the industrial buildings around are part of this Midway Mile. Yeah. Have you seen that as well? They're branding a lot of the buildings in the area, so it really is an exciting time to be in the Midway. And at the time where we first moved in here, I guess we didn't really know. There was a lot of empty buildings. Menards is the landmark down the road, but we've kind of put this place on the map to a certain extent, and I really feel like we've brought a lot of people to the neighborhood, and I hope that growth continues over time.
Yeah, the flexibility of the space is really a key attribute. You're talking about the different family events and whatnot that happens here, but also we've had film fundraising events here, and book signings and all kinds
poetry
of
readings.
Yeah, really flexible, and the space is so flexible it can be modulated. Is that the right word?
I think people are incredible with their own little vision when they come in and they go, yeah, I see that being there, and that's going to be there, and we try never to say no. If it's if you want to move walls, we need to have a conversation. But outside of that, if it's we try to keep it. Yes, you want to set up that in that room. Okay, well that's great. And luckily the building's a little bit of a maze, so luckily a lot of the spaces connect to each other. So there's good flow. There's good flow around, and it enables a lot. It's actually worked out to be really suitable. Yeah. You never would have started out with pencil and paper and landed with this design.
Well, the fact, too, that it is a conglomeration of organizations here as well. The fact that you have all of these really great organizations that are tied together thematically, the Irish Fair, the Center for Irish Music, the O'Shea Irish Dance, all of that, these are all organizations that might otherwise have a difficult time finding a place to have an office, or might, not be generating enough revenue to pay rent and that. But together, everybody's stronger, and it makes for a stronger community, and the center itself is really a key part of that. So
yeah, and a lot of the other community organizations, they kind of consider this to be their home, even though they're maybe not a tenant or a regular user. But when they do their events, they have tended now over the years to, they're pretty much always here. And that's I suppose a testament to their trust in it, and the fact that it's able to fit their needs. The things are here, the production stuff they need, just down to, one of the most frequent questions is, do you have chairs and tables? Right. Do you charge for chairs and tables? I'm like, God, no.
I have been a big fan of the Arts Center and the different organizations in here for many years, and I know that you are proud of it, but I just think it's absolutely something that for you and Natalie to be proud of, and the community is proud of you for having done all this great work. So I'll just say thank you from the standpoint of, a neighbor and friend. So it's been awesome.
Oh, I appreciate that.
And I definitely think that if you can reach in there and give a donation, and no matter how small, I think it's really going to help move this whole organization forward in a really positive and excellent way. So.
Yeah, we have some great plans that are formulating at the moment to both internal modifications to the space indoors, and then external additions that we do plan. We have a plan for the next kind of 5 to 7 years, and there's a lot of ambition. Yep. Really to be able to respond to what has been asked of us in the community. And, if you're not listening to the community and listening to people's dreams and desires, and my own too, I'm a bit of a dreamer. This is, I suppose, the result of some of that. I need a little slap of reality every so often, but the funding really is the key. We've been very fortunate. The Irish government have been very generous to us over the last 4 years through the immigrant support program, and we've had tremendous support from the O'Shaughnessy Foundation, and those organizations have again, they've been so trusting of us, and those dollars make a huge difference, because they're coming without a lot of they're not necessarily predetermined exactly what we have to spend every dollar on, and that gives us the flexibility to be able to respond to what is needed in the community, what people bring to us and say, this is what we need to make our class work, or to make our concert work, or to make our event, or to be able to provide to our community. So it's really funding is very important. So if anyone is motivated to support us in this journey, please do, and we'll be here we're here for the long term.
Thank you so much, Cormac, Pete, and Brian. I really enjoyed that. It's interesting to reflect on the concerts and on the over 11 years and all of these moments that maybe we sometimes took for granted. And in the situation we're in now, of course, we're taking nothing for granted. The fact that we can even be here and do what we're doing today and be sharing this to you, we won't take that for granted either. We're so excited to share about our programming. And right now, when we can't raise our voices together, singing, I think, is one of the biggest things we can't do right now. At least we can raise the glass, or we can rise to a challenge. We have a big challenge coming up.
Yes, we are in the throes of our $100,000 challenge. Oh God, watching that footage there from the concerts just lets me know how much I miss it. I mentioned in the interviews there, we did an outdoor concert series back in September, and it was just a thrill. And I realized how much this is a part of my life and how much I miss it.
It really is. When you can feel the music, you're not just hearing it over a screen, and you're living it, you're soaking it up with your skin. It's really completely different. So thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting the concert program. Now you can still donate, Cormac.
You can. The best ways to donate, I think we've tried this a couple of times. Yes, it's on this side of me. So there is
Vanna
a QR
White.
code.
Eat your
I got
heart
it
out.
first time. A QR code that will take you right to our PayPal account. If you want to make a donation, you can use your phone to do that, or you can just go to PayPal me /Celtic Junction, or you could send an old-fashioned check, or any which way that you would like to do it. We also have the special prize coming up here
Ta-da!
at 5 p.m.
We actually are going to announce our end of the hour winner, and you get a patch, a pin, this beautiful Celtic Junction Arts Center library tote, and today you get 2 fantastic pieces of tech. We get from Cork with Love from Martine de Kogan, and the recording of the Brian Brew Pipe Band. And our winner is Elizabeth Bakken. Congratulations. Now, if it wasn't you, stick around. You have 4 more chances to go. And at the end of our period at 8 o'clock, I'll slide this over, you will have a chance to win a $300 gift certificate to Cara Pubs, or a dinner for 10. It's about equivalent to that. We just got some news here. We're announcing a big donation. Tim and Kim Scanlon have just pledged $10,000. They were inspired by the library program. Now they're already steadfast supporters. It's humbling. We're really feeling the love here. Thank you, Tim and Kim Scanlon.
Both of you so much.
Now next is our most ephemeral and mysterious program yet. Our Outreach program is like the dark matter of the universe. It's everything the other programs are not. Stick around to find more with me, your executive director, but first, here's some very special stories from our community.
My favorite part about the Celtic Junction is coming to see all my friends and learning new dances.
The reason my family loves the Celtic Junction primarily is because my daughter comes here to dance many hours a week, but we found a community here which is separate from the school community where my daughter goes, or our church community, or the friends that we had before. And we've built a community with folks that are coming here for various reasons. We find lots to do, and they're great people. Keeps us coming back.
The Celtic Junction for us it's been a wonderful experience now for going on 7 years for our children. It's been an intergenerational activity for my mother-in-law, Maria's mom. We've been able to enjoy wonderful music. We've made so many great friends here. Our daughters have just had wonderful instruction, and they've made great friends that will be lifelong friends for them. And we couldn't have asked for a better experience.
The Celtic Junction is very important to me. I got started in this by hearing about it from a friend, and Cormac and Natalie and their whole group have been tremendous. It has helped me when I have needed something to do and exposed me to a whole lot of Irish traditions I never knew. I'm Irish, and I've enjoyed tremendously learning about my Irish heritage through the Celtic Junction, and dance means a lot to me.
The Celtic Junction is special to me because when I come to the Celtic Junction, all my friends are with me and I get to learn new steps.
The Celtic Junction is a unique opportunity in the form of a place where people can come together and appreciate all forms of Irish music. Everything from the dance scene to the strictly traditional scene to the insane Celtic rock scene. Yes, we have such a thing. Everybody comes together here and feeds off each other's energy and everybody's enthusiasm. It's unique in that regard, all Irish all the time.
It's such a crossroads for so many Irish organizations. The Irish Fair, Center for Irish Music, of course, has it. Irish Music and Dance Association does a number of events here. The Friends of St. Patrick, even people don't do their events here. The hurling team, other teams are present. And what's really marvelous between the dance school and the CIM is you get these young people who might come to play a flute or learn dancing, and yet they hear somebody sing or they hear somebody else play a fiddle, and then they get interested in doing these other things too. I don't think that could really happen if it wasn't all happening here at the Celtic Junction.
Oh, Natalie, I look at those clips and I think of all the fun we've had over this last 10 years. Oh, I just was addicted to watching it there. So thank you. And welcome back to the outreach portion of our evening. We're getting into the evening. We started in the afternoon. This is our 5th annual fundraiser for Celtic Junction Arts Centre. And we're going to continue on here.
Yes, we are. I'm Natalie Nugent-O'Shea, the Executive Director of Celtic Junction Arts Centre. And we are your hosts for this afternoon into evening. Now, we have never done a virtual fundraiser before. We got a little bit carried away. We wanted to share so much about our programs and about what we're doing. We are now in hour 4 of our 6-hour live streamathon. We're crazy, just a little crazy.
Yes. It feels like the mountain is being climbed quickly, though. We are endeavoring to raise $100,000 to match a community donation that we are receiving, And we're about a third of the way there.
That's so exciting. Thank you so much. We're really feeling the love, everybody.
If you're looking for ways to support Celtic Junction Arts Centre, we have lots of ways to do it. I keep on trying to say that magical QR code, wherever it is. Oh yeah, other way is up in the corner. You can just point your phone at that and it will take you to our PayPal link. You can do it in the traditional way, send us a check by mail, or you can go onto our website. There's up at the top, there's a menu, and the furthest over button on the menu is our donate button. It will all go to a great cause, and you're going to hear lots of stuff about our programs here from Natalie.
Well, that's how we ended up with our 6 hours, of course, is we are going in depth with our 4 programs. We started with education. We moved on to library. We did our concerts, our longest running program. And now we're moving into outreach, the one people probably know the least about. We focused on one every hour, and you'll get a chance to watch those back if you're curious about our other programs. Right now, if you donate $50 or more, you are automatically entered to win one of our special Celtic Junction thank you gift packs. It is a pin, a patch, a special Junction library tote, and a prize, an end prize at the end of the hour. That was hard. I don't have anything to show, so I'm doing this with my hands. It's actually something I don't have to show you because they are really beautiful Irish blessing prints that you can actually hang up on your wall. 2 gorgeous prints from our artist, Jane Steger Lewis. Thank you, Jane, for that. And Cormac, will you help us move into our next section as I'm losing my mind with my imaginary?
Do I have to show it? Okay. So our next section is nothing to show you. You're going to kick off here with a lovely interview from our community member and great friend, Mr. Christo Sween. He is going to interview Natalie about the outreach program.
Hi, I'm Christo Sween. I'm an Irish dance parent and a longtime volunteer and have other roles that I do here at the Celtic Junction. And I'm here today with Natalie Nugent O'Shea. She's the Executive Director of the Celtic Junction Arts Center. But Natalie, you wear lots of hats around here. And one of them is as the head of the outreach pillar of the Celtic Junction Arts Center. Can you tell us more about what that is?
What I'd love for you to do is go on a little journey with me, and the idea that outreach, being everything that the other programs are not, really encompasses or wraps up the community and a lot of the things that are happening. And by that, picture a stone dropping into a pond. Right there, right at the core, at the heart, we are a house. We're a home for these programs. We're a home for our resident companies and for all the people who come into this area here. So if you look at outreach and the pebble in the water and the way that everything reflects out, the first people to kind of come and join us under the roof were the Centre for Irish Music and O'Shea Irish Dance. And to this day, they really stand as the most core parts of what happens in this building. We have probably, on a normal day, outside of the pandemic, 500 different people through here to do and practice and experience that Irish culture, particularly because of those 2 companies. Part of what we do then is support them. We've been able, with the outreach program, to collaborate with them, to take our programming with them to schools. One of the greatest things we did was a school outreach program. And we've connected with different elementary schools around the area to bring in a cultural experience to all these children together, including the library. So we brought in dance, we brought in music, we brought in language, we brought in the idea of folk tales and stories, of course, with our singing librarian, Brian Miller. And it was incredible to have these kids ask about the Irish language and see the steps. And we were able to start a dialogue with them because a lot of these children are actually from immigrant communities as well. To say, what is your language? What is your background? What do you know about this beautiful culture? And then tell us a little bit about yours. So first, it's been a dialogue right here in our neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Tom Whalen with Irish Fair. Our mission is to promote and cultivate Irish culture here in the area. We've got great partners in Celtic Junction Arts Center, Natalie and Cormac, are living that mission just as we do. When you go to Celtic Junction Art Center, you can see dance, you can listen to music, you can pore over the volumes of historic Irish literature in the library, and you can visit the Irish Fair office. We're thrilled to be part of Celtic Junction Art Center, and we hope that you'll offer your support to them too. Thanks.
For the past couple of years now, the Center for Irish Music, a traditional Irish music school that I run, and the Celtic Junction Arts Center have been collaborating on some outreach performances out into the schools. And so we perform for children and sometimes for middle schoolers, and we introduce them to the concept of Irish arts and how the language, the dance, the music, and history go together to make this beautiful picture of Irish culture. And it's an interactive performance. Cormac teaches a dance, I teach a song, Brian teaches actually a historical song that was sung in the lumber camps in Minnesota by Irish people, and then Natalie teaches some words in Irish to the classrooms. And so the teachers are learning a lot, the students are learning a lot, and it's really having a great impact, helping people to understand what Irish culture is really all about. A lot of people associate Irish culture with drinking, with partying, with shamrogery, as Owen Kiernan used to call it, and it really energizes me to get out there and to show people how much there is to be proud of with Irish culture. And then it brings more people into the building, it brings more people to the schools based here. I think it brings people to the schools and the concert series and things that are happening all over the Twin Cities. So I would really encourage you to support the Celtic Junction Arts Center and let them know that you think that these kinds of outreach performances and educational performances are important to you.
Hi, my name is Erin Hulse, and I'm the IDPA Board President for O'Shea Irish Dance, the parent association.
I'm Henry. I've been dancing at O'Shea at the Celtic Junction for 10 years.
My name is Jordan, and I'm a student of the Celtic Junction Arts Center.
Hi, my name is Donna Dingle, and I am the administrator for O'Shea Irish Dance.
O'Shea Irish Dance resides in the Celtic Junction, and our family has been a part of O'Shea this is our 6th year already.
What the Celtic Junction means to me is culture, consistency, and community. I have learned so much about my heritage through the study of Irish dance and Irish music.
My daughter, Hannah, started dancing when she was 7 years old.
And we heard about O'Shea and all things Junction probably about 7 or 8 years ago at Irish Fair. And it changed our lives.
Really more than a community, it's a family.
Anytime I go there, I always feel safe and respected, and I always feel that I'm welcome with all the people that go there too.
The people I've met at the Celtic Junction are some of my closest friends, mentors, and teachers.
It's just hard to imagine our life without the people of the Celtic Junction.
The Celtic Junction is really like a second home for our family. We have twin boys, and they started dancing when they were 3.
The Celtic Junction to me is just a really safe place I can go and definitely be myself and express myself.
They participated in professional dance performances, professional theater performances.
And those are some of my favorite times I get to spend with the people that go there and the dancers that I dance with.
It's been an amazing opportunity for them to get that experience where they wouldn't be able to get it anywhere else.
Through uncertain times, my love for Irish arts has only grown as my teachers at O'Shea Irish Dance and the Center for Irish Music worked hard to remain consistent in my life.
Please join me if you can in providing financial support to the Celtic Junction Arts Center.
No amount is too small to join me in doing that.
Your financial support allows me to continue following my dreams, spreading my love for Irish dance and Irish music wherever I go.
Oh, little Jordan, be still my heart. Thank you so much for your lovely testimonial, and Henry and Donna and Aaron and all the people from O'Shea Irish Dance. You really do make our hearts sing that we get to spend the time we can with you. Nora, thank you so much. It means so much to connect with you guys, and the things that we do together are amazing. I have to say, the collaborations with Centre for Irish Music are rich and deep and strong and meaningful. They carry so much weight when we come together. And of course, the Irish Fair. We would not be the same here without the support of the Irish Fair. Of course, that's our local Irish festival. It's wonderful, and the work that they've done for the last 40 years. Can you believe they've been in 40 years doing what they're doing and what they do for the community? So bringing the strength together, and especially there are the tenants here at the Celtic Junction, bringing the strength together under one roof. We are stronger than the sum of our parts, and that's what outreach is all about.
That's right. It is. It was a mystery to me early on, before I really had my feet under me, about what all was going on here, because there was so much interaction between all of these organizations and so much support, and kids coming from music lessons to run down to get into dance lessons, and kids, assembling.
And they do run.
They do run. They do run. They run with whistles. It's dangerous. Our mothers would tell us not to run with scissors, but they're running with whistles because they got to get from point A to point B. It's a really remarkable and energizing group of people to be surrounded by when we're here. And you can still help us support all of that activity and all of that energy. You can click on the PayPal link on Facebook. There's this QR code on the screen on YouTube. You can put your phone up and snap that QR code. You can mail a check.
And you might win these beautiful prints.
So lovely, amazing stuff.
Here comes part 2. We really are recognized as Minnesota's Irish Cultural Center. And that's not something we set out to be. We have responded to the Consul General, really, by calling out to us to say, tell us what's going on in your area. How can we support you in the things that are going on? Will you come and be involved with us? To the point that the last 4 years now, we've actually been part of the Midwest Association of Irish Cultural Centers. We go down to Chicago and meet with the other centers and actually have a dialogue with people in academics, with other cultural centers, with people in language groups, with other places that put on festivals, concerts, and actually discuss best practice. We can discuss what's working for them and what's happening in the world. We can talk about things that are coming through. So there's this greater dialogue that's taken place. A step further, we ripple out further with that stone, and we're actually part of a national conversation. Cormac and I have taken part of the National Association of Irish Cultural Centers and sat down with the Consul General of New York. We have met ministers for culture, ministers for Irish and the Gaeltacht, ministers for the diaspora, and actually been able to sit in a room with just a dozen people and discuss what's going on in the country with these people who make policy decisions in Ireland about what happens in America and about how they fund what's going on over here, about how we are recognized as kind of their ground troops, keeping people connected to their culture, keeping people having an access right back to Ireland. And they're looking at us saying, what are the problems that you're seeing? What can we do to help? And to have that voice, Minnesota, we have that voice because we've built this relationship with them. We've built this really incredible collaborative communication all across the country and even into the next step, which is internationally. One of the most exciting developments that we have is that we now have a sister cultural center in Ireland. That sister cultural center is Éanna in Armagh in Ireland. The executive director there, Raymond O'Kieran, has been so encouraging and so surprised and astounded really by what we've been able to establish here, how we focused on the language, how we have really genuinely help to culture and manifest more music. How obviously the dancing has really been a strong part, and how we've brought that all over the world and given opportunity to Minnesota students that they may never have had. And he has been quite involved. He's actually been here to visit us, and he's been a part of our events. And just as things were getting hot with the pandemic, we were actually due to go and have a Sister Cultural Center tour. And so what the Irish government has challenged us on, and actually turned to us as leaders, is how are we making these connections with the next generations? How are we making the connections with even what they come up with is a term called the affinity diaspora. What about people who just think this is really amazing and they haven't got a drop of Irish blood? Because they're really important here too. And that's actually part of what we've done. You know, while we are challenged to continue to connect with the diaspora, to serve the Irish community, one of the things that I think we will do in the 3 to 5 years is to expand people who understand Irish music, dance, language, culture, literature, history, and art. And that is a tall order. That's the order we've been given basically by the government. They want to, it was Leo Varadkar actually decreed that they will double the footprint of Ireland's cultural impact by 2025. And that we are part of doing that. And that's the dialogue that we're in. And that's what we're involved in. And it's, again, it's astounding to find the place that we're in at this time and the reach that we're hoped to have and to be filling those high expectations.
Jeev O Chahar Ardwaha. You're all very welcome to Éanachwaha, an Irish language and arts centre in Armagh City, which is indeed twinned with Celtic Junction Arts Centre in St. Paul, Minnesota. Over my right shoulder, you can see the twin spires of Armagh Cathedral, and this is a short message just to say that Éanachwaha has certainly felt the transatlantic goodwill all the way from the Celtic Junction Arts Centre in Minnesota, and to wish you all the very, very best with all your endeavours promoting Irish language, Irish music, Irish dance, and in general, Irish culture. In the background, you can hear our very good friends, Armagh Rhymers. So, we wish you all the best for your fundraising event on the 24th of October. From me, Raymond O'Kearine, and the Armagh Rhymers in Éanachwaha, Ganeri Gagal live on your fundraising event on the 24th of October. And now for some Armagh Rhymers.
My name is Martin O'Mallure. I'm the publisher of the Irish Echo in New York. I was a great admirer of Owen McKiernan, and I really believe that his legacy is being carried forward admirably by the Celtic Junction Arts Centre and by Natalie O'Shea. I wish you well in the time ahead, and I hope you really knock it out of the park at your fundraiser. Good luck. Slán go fóill.
One of the great pleasures of my 3 years as Ambassador of Ireland to the United States has been to travel around this wonderful country and to come across everywhere I've been wonderful Irish communities and wonderful Irish arts groups that are preserving and treasuring our Irish culture all over this country. And one very good example of that is, of course, Celtic Junction. Now, I had intended to visit Celtic Junction this year because I had been invited to present the O'Shaughnessy Award, the Poetry Award, at the University of St. Thomas, and I was looking forward to visiting the great state of Minnesota and to calling on to see Cormac and Natalie and to see what they're doing there for myself. I know it by repute, of course, and I greatly value the work they do throughout the Midwest in promoting our national culture of music, song, dance, and literature. It's particularly appropriate, it seems to me, that Irish culture in the region of so many lakes is being promoted by a river dancer. Now, I know that all arts groups around the world have suffered very badly during this pandemic, and our Irish groups in the United States are no exception to that. We've tried through the Immigrant Support Program to provide some vital support for Irish cultural groups all over the United States, including, of course, Celtic Junction. But I do encourage those in the Minnesota area and St. Paul to provide whatever support they may be able to provide to Celtic Junction in order to enable them to continue the great work they're doing in promoting Irish culture throughout the Midwest. The efforts of Celtic Junction, of Cormac and Natalie and their team, is deeply appreciated by me, by my colleagues at the embassy, and by all people who value the promotion of Irish culture throughout the United States. I wish Cormac and Natalie and Celtic Junction all the very best for the future. I look forward greatly, I yearn for the day when I can visit Minnesota, Minneapolis and St. Paul and meet with the team at Celtic Junction led by Cormac and Natalie.
Wow, the reach is stunning, and in such a short time. You know, this has inspired such passionate responses, not just locally and regionally as this grown out, but it's across the globe. I mean, it's really amazing. Minnesota is on the map here.
Well, we're so touched from the kind words from Raymond O'Curon in Inaquaca, from Martina Mulliar with the Irish Echo, and of course from Ambassador Daniel Mulhall, all the way from DC. And we're honored to have their company and their support, and to show that we're part of a much larger network, especially in a time where we're isolated, when we can't go anywhere. It's bringing the world just a little bit closer, and it means so much to be making those connections. That is the most important thing that we can be doing, and we can feel the support from over here, and we hope that we're also living up to, I think, some very high expectations.
It's true. I mean, we now have much bigger shoes to fill than I think was even the vision to begin with. I don't even know that this was even thought of at the beginning. It just sort of happened organically. When you've got this many passionate people about Irish culture and heritage and music and art, and giving them a place to do this, and then provide that as a way to reach out to the community and give back. It's really a remarkable setup. You all can help us by supporting and making a donation here. Click on the link on Facebook, scan the QR code on YouTube on the screen, on the Celtic Junction website. If you contribute $50 or more, you get set up to get to win a prize. It's awesome what's going on.
We have a pin, a patch, a gorgeous library tote with the Celtic Junction Arts Center, and these beautiful prints. Not my iPad. I won't give you my. You'll win these beautiful prints of Irish blessings. So stick around. Here comes part 3.
Endeavor. And it couldn't be a for-profit endeavor probably and succeed. It has to be of and by and for the community.
To run these programs, to do the building improvement, to do the management, to set up the concerts, to do, it's all been volunteer work. At this point, it's actually showing that that's not completely sustainable. By the core, small core of people that we have. We need other people to step in, and we need dollars to help support it. So it doesn't make money, no. That's, an understatement. If there's anything that says it's vocational. And yes, it is enriching because our hearts swell and burst regularly with the gorgeous things that are happening in this facility. Sometimes it's actually overwhelming and beautiful and touching and moving and everything that the arts should be. But it doesn't help us operate. It doesn't help us run programs. It doesn't help us develop anything. And it certainly doesn't give us any lasting or staying power for the future.
I think that if past is any indication of future success, I think that we've got this core group of people who believe and who will be inspired to help out and jump in and contribute in many, many ways. Because that's what has built this from the very beginning. It's just people with passion and good ideas and belief and trust that there's a place for these beliefs and passions. There's a place for their children to learn old traditions and new takes on old traditions. I think about my kids learning Irish dance and playing the whistle and learning songs and being involved in shows that mix the old and the new, you know, with heavy, bassy beats and cool choreography and funky lighting and great costumes. It's an astonishing, there are astonishing things that are happening here. And they are happening because of just this leap of faith that people, that parents of students take, that students at the Irish College take. Irish College is a long tradition, you know, and we've got this here now. You know, this is an astonishing thing. And I think that people, I don't know if they realize that this isn't, you know, this just doesn't happen everywhere. You know, this is a fairly remarkable thing that's going on here. And there is this, the spell maybe is part of it. There's just this spirit that's there. There is a somewhat rebellious nature that's kind of baked into what's going on here. That we've got to just, yeah, right. Hey, there's people that are doing this cool thing over there. Let's go be a part of it.
What I believe beyond anything is that the arts are here to reflect us. They're here to show us at the best of our humanity and sometimes reveal the worst. That they are here to give voice and give movement and give a worldly presence to the spirit and the soul that is within us. And then one of the beautiful things that the Irish culture has is it's almost like it's got a direct line to that most primal spirit within us. And you don't have to be Irish to feel it. When you hear the rhythm, you know, when you hear the story, when all of a sudden that voice comes down, you know, out of the ether, you know, and across those fields, and it makes your pulse quicken and it makes your heart change, and you actually do feel different. Your body responds, you know, with every cell. And when art is at its best, we transform. What do you see in parallel in the role that Celtic Junction is stepping into now? What are the parallels in the strengths, in the formation, and in possibly our future? Will you speak a little bit to the Celtic Junction?
Absolutely. First, the leadership. There's a couple there, I believe their names are Natalie and Cormac. And their leadership is so integral and so vital and so warm and welcoming, which is a very important Irish trait. They've been doing this, and they have built a vision which they have created and keep recreating over the years of the emphasis on dance, now language, culture, talks, people, bringing in people in these areas and making presentations, not just at the Irish Fair weekend, but all year round. And as you have been doing with bringing in the talent, Ireland's local talent, performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, and the surrounding areas. That is so vital, so important. You guys have done a fabulous job in that, and you are the own McKiernans of today in relation to anything decent, cultural, and Irish in St. Paul, Minnesota, or in Minnesota for that matter. You've reached beyond. So you have established a name and a reputation, and you bring in great talent, but more importantly than that, you are bringing together and offering Irish culture through language, through dance, through literature, and the McKiernan Library, and all the assets that go with that. So the emphasis is not on alcohol, Jameson or otherwise. The emphasis is on all that is Irish, all that is Gaelic, as they say in America. And I think that people realize that, and they're looking at the gap that they have, and that yearning that many people have because they've been away from their country for so long, or they're first generation Irish, and they want that connection. You guys are providing that, and you've done it very, very marvelously.
Tom Dunn. I'm a commercial and art photographer here in the Twin Cities. I've got a studio in the historic Lowertown Arts District in downtown St. Paul, and I've had the pleasure and honor to work with the Celtic Junction over the past 5 years in a variety of different ways. First and foremost, I've had the opportunity to come to some incredible cultural events that they put on here. That's one of my favorite things about the culture, about the center, is that they have such diverse and unique programming, and it's all in the spirit of art and culture, and all in the Celtic, in the vein of Celtic culture and Irish culture. From dancing to singing to putting on outdoor festivals, which we've recently seen, and also being a hub for the Celtic arts and Celtic organizations in the Twin Cities. I had an opportunity to work with the Celtic Junction a few years ago on, I've got a current project called the Irish of Minnesota, and it's a photo exhibit. It's an ever-expanding photo exhibit that's in collaboration with the Irish Fair of Minnesota. And I've got about 100 portraits, and so I actually had the opportunity to show them, display them at an exhibit here at the Celtic Junction a few years ago. And it's just a fabulous place to show your artwork. And when you come and see this facility, you can just feel the spirit of what it's all about, and feel the Celtic spirit here. And I felt that when I had my exhibit, they did an incredible job of helping to not only exhibit the images and give me incredible space, but also to promote it to their friends on Facebook, or their also to the members of the Arts Center. And so it was really nice turnout when I had the exhibit and had the opening festivities.
Well, that's terrific, Tom. Thanks for joining us today. Again, I'm Jim Tarbox with Celtic Junction. I'd like to thank you for your past support and generosity. We hope you can find it to continue to support the programs here, including such projects as Tom's Irish of Minnesota exhibits that, once again, we can put on here at the Celtic Junction. When things open up again, you're welcome to come and visit us, see his work, keep an eye out for that, visit his site on Facebook. Thanks for joining us.
We finished the mural, that you see here. So myself and Marty Oakes were the artists on that. And that was another fantastic experience with the community. So we were first posed the question of, how do you represent all that is the Celtic Junction Arts Center? And it was broken down pretty simply into 4 pillars. So the first pillar being music, we're probably the most familiar with that. The second pillar being dance, also highly identifiable. The third pillar is education. How do we further the knowledge, the understanding, the connection? And it all culminates in the fourth pillar, which is community. Because none of this happens without community. And the music, the dance, the art, the education, the literature, all of it pulls back to enriching each other and being better together. And that's something that Celtic Junction really embodies. So we worked actually from February until end of June, just on the design and getting everything ready to project and paint. And we put our final signatures on the actual mural in October, early October, 2 years ago. So it's been 2 years since this actually occurred within the Celtic Junction, and turned into a piece of art that people now really associate with the meaning of everything this establishment offers. So that's where it came from. I think just from the mere fact of painting the mural over the summer months, I must have had easily 100 conversations with people that had no idea what it was all about, and were really excited to hear a story and how it truly contributes to the neighborhood and the community. How many people that aren't Irish or of some type of Celtic descent, or sucked in by a friend of theirs who is, really understand what the Celtic Junction is all about. You know, what is an art center all about? It's not just the very particular, this is how you hold your feet when you dance, this is how you play music. I mean, seeing the little toddlers come in for their first ever dance lessons is hilarious. They are so excited. It is so much fun. It has more to do with jumping up and down than anything else, but why not? What a great way to involve, you know, the kids and start building additionally that community.
I'm Rita Davern, and I'm here in front of the Celtic Junction Arts Center, which is one of my favorite spots in the city. I come here for concerts, for music lessons. I'm in Lavinia's Irish language class right now. It's been a wonderful place for me to come and reclaim my cultural heritage that I kind of lost along the way. So it's a home for me in a very special way. But what I didn't know until about a year ago is how much this place and these people, Cormac and Natalie and the rest of the bunch, how much they are community builders, and they are really well connected with other music organizations and cultural organizations, and they really play an important part in a vibrant cultural heritage center here that's goes far beyond their own walls. And the way I found that out is that my friend Pete McCauley, about a year ago, when I was getting ready to launch a crowdfunder for a film project I was working on, he said to me, well, have you thought about doing a party, a kickoff event for your crowdfunder? And I said, no, I hadn't thought about it. What a good idea. And he said, I bet Celtic Junction would be interested. And so with the help of the whole crew there, we got an event planned. We had 60 people. We had food and music, and they rolled out the carpet for me and this film project, which is an Irish-related film. And we had a phenomenal event, and because of that event, I was able to finish both films. It ended up being 2 films, and they're both done, and they've been well received, and it's in no small part to the welcome that I received here and the assistance I received in my art project. So the film is called Burren Girl. It's being released this month. It will premiere at the Twin Cities Film Festival here, and it's a good family history mystery from a part of Ireland that my people are from. Please put the Celtic Junction Arts Center on your list this fall of people and places to support that make a big difference in our community.
Well, Rita, as you know, we're here in Galway today. We're on a very special mission, because if you just look over the way across the river there, we're headed to the Galway City Museum. And in there, they've got a very special, the newest exhibition called Keepers of the Gale. And that has a lot to do with us and our ancestry.
Who are my people? Where is my homeland? I began a search for the place and people my grandma left behind. I hoped that by learning about her life, I could understand something important about mine. My search landed me in the Burren, a wild, beautiful, windswept place where my clan, the O'Daverns, lived and farmed for over 1,200 years.
400 years?
old. I believe your great-grandfather was born here.
I've had this bug, I think, that came from growing up and knowing nothing about Ireland or the Burren or my family. None of it got passed down. 19 years of education and not one day of Irish history.
There is such a wealth of archaeology going back 5,000 years.
When Cromwell came, the 17th century, he destroyed every single thing he came upon. And all the Daverns were scattered all over the place.
It's vitally important that you always know where you've come from. And it doesn't matter what your history has been, whether it's shadowy or bright and sparkling, you should always know where you've come from.
The O'Daverns were but one small clan on the west coast of an island halfway across the world from where I was born. But by reclaiming this family story and sharing it with upcoming generations, we are preserving a heritage that could easily have been lost forever.
And you just heard from many people in the arts. Alton Duggan did the Great Hunger with Owen McKiernan back in the 90s. We had a photographer, we had visual arts, and of course we finished there with film. The Celtic Junction Arts Centre really does bring in all the arts, and you can see with that last film trailer there that, and the world becomes smaller again. They took us right into the heart of the Connemara area in the Burren. And if you've ever seen it, it's otherworldly. It's rocks, and it transports you, and you really feel how the life is different there. And there's a direct connection from that area here to Minnesota. Straight into the Connemara Patch, into Graceville. We've had speakers actually in the vein of how Owen McKiernan would actually do the fortnight, actually come and speak on the Tukes and the Graceville experience. There's a great book, Forgetting Ireland. We actually based our very first original theatrical show here at the Junction on. So you can see these concentric circles kind of building on each other and bringing everything together, and it's stunning. But that's what the arts do.
That's right. And the interesting thing is that this isn't historical. I think a lot of us have a perspective that you go back to Ireland, you go back to the old country, that it's all about history, but it really is just this exchange that's going back and forth that's remarkable and vital and live and active and happening right now. You can support that activity. You can support those connections. Click on the PayPal link on FacePal. FacePal?
It works for me, Krista.
We're all face pals, aren't we? Click on the PayPal link on Facebook, scan the QR code, click on the donate button on the website. I don't think I've mentioned that in my turn here at the chair. So we will be giving away a prize at the end of the hour. Thanks for your support. It's not going to take another person with $100,000 to make this happen.
No.
It's going to take a lot of people with whatever fits their budget to join in this cause, this process, this fundraising effort, right?
Well, again, it's very humbling. You know, the faith that people have in what we've done here has been amazing. What we've been able to do, you know, you see and you feel this beautiful library. You see and you look at, you know, we've got the signage downstairs. We've got that beautiful mural out in the front. We've changed the lobby, and we've got cozy fireplace, and everything's, you know, and on a shoestring of a budget, because most of the work is Cormac, you know, to be honest. I'm not much heavy lifting these days. I'm more painting. But we'll do everything, and we'll do anything to earn those dollars. But having earned the trust is one of the things that I'm proudest of. And one of the things that we'll work the hardest for. We believe in what the Junction has become. We believe in the community that it is. We miss them. This is hard. It's so hard, you know? Seeing the building dark, it's hard. So when we turn on these lights, we want to make it shine. and we want to make it shine for the future.
It takes money. It takes people. That's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation. That's why we're having this event today. We hope that these words and these stories and this place and the potential for the future has been something that inspires you to find it in your heart to make a contribution. And this fundraising challenge that we have is not something that has to be met today. It's something that...
It would be nice.
It'd be great if it got... That's what I always say. It would be really, if someone else wants to do that, let's just take care of it all in one fell swoop. But what really we're talking about is making a sustained commitment to support this place. And at whatever amount is comfortable for you, we look forward to having your help in that regard to keep this going forward and keep the vision. Let's make that spell be something that carries us all forward.
Hi, this is Maeve O'Mara and
Liam O'Neill
from Irish on Grand, a retail store here in St. Paul. Been around for 30 years now. And first time I came across the Celtic Junction, Ashley Cormac said, "Do you want to see the spot we're thinking of getting?" And it was like a shell, and I thought they were mad. And to see how it has become now, it's just absolutely amazing. And we should be very thankful that we have them and that we have the Celtic Junction here in the Twin Cities. Before that, things were a bit scattered. Now, where there's going to be a concert, where it is, the Centre for Irish Music being housed there is an integral part of the centre. The old McKiernan Library is amazing, great place to do a class, really tastefully done. Brian Miller does an amazing job up there. And just all the various organisations, it's great to have a kind of a central Irish place to go to, such as the Irish Fairs offices there, etc.
Following on what Maeve said, she said everything I was going to say, but I will say do not forget to donate to this fantastic organisation. They've been around now 11 years. They've proved that they can follow through on everything they said they're going to do. So do not forget them. And by the way, it's one more thing to add to what Maeve said. They're still mad.
Hi, I'm Catherine Reed Day, and I'm the founder and chair of the Creative Enterprise Zone, and really excited to be supporting Celtic Junction in this special time. When we set the boundaries for the Creative Enterprise Zone, we included Celtic Junction. We drew that boundary over on prior because we wanted to keep that creative force in the neighborhood. We wanted it to be a symbolic anchor point for the work we're doing. And so it's great to be this many years later and have Celtic Junction thriving and such an important part, making such an important contribution to the neighborhood. The spirit of Celtic Junction includes generosity. So I hope that you will really consider being extremely generous with your support for the Celtic Junction in this time.
Well, my name is Kate Mudge, and I'm the Executive Director of Hamlin Midway Coalition, District Council here representing Hamlin Midway neighborhood. I also live just around the corner from the Celtic Junction. One funny story, or one heartening story, is just last weekend there was a festival going on down there, and I was in my kitchen, and I was baking some bread. The windows were open, and I hear these bagpipes. And I grab the dogs and walk down there and see the bagpipists practicing right before they were going to go on for the festival. And it was right across the street from where Creative Enterprise Zone was creating the new mural on the side of the factory. It just made me so proud and happy, and to be able to hear the music floating through the neighborhood. And I'm Scottish, so the bagpipes they touched me. So I watched Celtic Junction being built. As an organization, we used to host our meetings out of the library there in Celtic Junction. I've seen Celtic Junction help support the neighborhood, doing things like the pop-up at Christmas, I've seen more and more people coming to Midway because they are taking a class or visiting the library or going to a festival at the Junction. They took a building that, quite honestly, needed some help and created this beautiful space for people to come. And as a resident and somebody who helps this neighborhood grow and flourish, especially with the arts, they are a fantastic neighbor to have. So I know in these times, a lot of people are asking for money and support to keep their organizations afloat and their projects going. I would encourage anybody who can to support Celtic Junction, especially with a match where you can double your dollars. Now more than ever, we need art and we need music in our lives. It's a testament to being able to walk down the street and actually still hear live music being played. For anybody that has a little bit of extra to spare, Celtic Junction is one of the best organizations here in Midway to support. I encourage you to do so.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mitra Jalali. I'm so proud to represent the Celtic Junction and the whole Midway neighborhood here on the St. Paul City Council, where I serve our community as the councilwoman for Ward 4. I just want to say thank you for your investment and support of the Celtic Junction in this incredible year that is full of turning points, I think, that call us to think about who we want our society to be. And I can say for years and years, Celtic Junction has been a part of creating the relationships and the community and the arts and creativity and leadership that we need to help move our city forward. I'm so proud that we have a great arts and dance and culture organization like Celtic Junction here in our community, an award-winning, regionally recognized organization that takes the love and the fire and the passion of Irish dance and Celtic culture and brings it out to our broader community. Through my time as a councilwoman, I've seen the young dancers and old dancers alike of this beautiful organization at community festivals, at different neighborhood gatherings, and at all the different events that bring our community together. And I think that's wonderful. So thank you so much for supporting yet another year of this great organization. We hope to see them stay for a really long time. It's a very special, unique place that brings joy to so many people. And in addition to being just a place that shares the art and the culture of its beautiful heritage, we also are lucky that it's willing to give back to the community through its beautiful location here, where we have annual gatherings of holiday arts and business festivals supporting the local economy and the creative economy, and also just being willing to be a meeting place for folks who are trying to bring people together in other ways. So thank you so much to our great community. Thank you to the Celtic Junction for all that you do. I'm really proud to represent you and look forward to continuing to work together. Thanks.
And we're back. Thank you there to Natalie and Christo for taking us through our whole outreach program. And really, it's not our whole outreach program. It's just a little selection of things that we have gotten ourselves involved in. And it just keeps on developing. We have a great event coming up on the 30th of October featuring information about Frederick Douglass. So Natalie, tell us about that.
Well, as part of our outreach, we're developing a kind of a new vein of things. So it's the first of our social justice series. We think there's a lot of ways that we can look at Irish history, the Irish experience, especially the experience of the immigrants, and reflect on some of the things that are important now and happening now in our world. There is some incredible footage, some history of Frederick Douglass. By footage at that time, of course, I mean his writing. He did a speaking tour of Ireland. And as part of our social justice series, we're going to reflect on someone who's considered the greatest abolitionist ever. And we're bringing in a speaker, Christine Keneally, from the Great Hunger Museum in Quinnipiac University. And we're also bringing the founder of the African American Irish diaspora, Dennis Brownlee. We're going to have a great conversation. So we keep moving forward. Tune in for that. That's coming up Friday, October 30th. And I'm really excited to have that conversation.
Well, now it's time to find out who our winner is this hour. We've had 3 winners already today, and now we're about to have our 4th winner, and it is Mr. Jim Curran. So, Jim, thank you so much for your donation. You've been randomly chosen to receive a pin, a patch, and a bag.
Congratulations, Jim. And also, as part of our outreach, you'll receive some of our plaques. They're Irish blessing plaques. We don't have them in the studio. They'll actually come straight from the artist. So congratulations on that gift. Now, everybody, you still have 2 chances to win. We'll do another drawing at the end of the 7 o'clock hour and another one at the end of the 8 o'clock hour. That's the big one. It's a $300 gift certificate to Cara Pubs, which is equivalent to a dinner for 10. And we'd love to support them. Of course, their pubs are closed right now. They really do hope to open soon. So we're working through this all together. Thank you to Cara Pubs, especially right now.
And if you're here and you're willing to donate some money to us, you can click on the QR code, which is up here. You can go to PayPal, either paypal.me/Celtic Junction. Or you can just donate on the website or send an old-fashioned check. We'll take them all. We've had our prize, so now we're going to move on to our entertainment hour. So we have gathered a whole load of entertainment for you over the next 2 hours. So we really do hope that you enjoy it. So we're going to kick off, first of all, with a little tour of the Celtic Junction building. So we'll see you in a while.
My name is Natalie Nugent-O'Shea, Executive Director of Celtic Junction Arts Centre, Minnesota's Irish Cultural Centre.
And I am Cormac O'Shea, Board Chair of Celtic Junction Arts Centre.
We are located halfway between the 2 twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul in the Midway area. In our facility here, we host classes, concerts, and events. We are also home to other vibrant Irish organizations who we collaborate in partnership with. Please come inside. So this is our lobby. Hopefully a cozy, wonderful place for you guys to sit and join us at. We have a fireplace, a sitting area, our library books from our own McKiernan Library. You can sit and peruse all manner of subjects. And of course, we feature beautiful artwork on the walls regularly as part of our gallery showings. Celtic Junction Arts Centre hosts 4 programs. The programs are the Celtic Junction Concert Series, the Owen McKiernan Library, the Irish College of Minnesota, and the Irish Outreach Coalition. We outreach with so many of our community partners. This is our community table where you can see a lot more about other organizations and other groups that we collaborate in partnership with throughout the year. Here's Inishman.
This is Inishman, one of our 4 dance studios with sprung floors. And this also converts into a black box theatre, a small one.
The Celtic Junction Arts Centre is home to many other wonderful organizations too. O'Shea Irish Dance uses the studios upstairs and downstairs to teach Irish step dance to dancers for fun, for competition, and for fitness. They have the most awarded dancers in Minnesota from regional, national, and world competitions.
So this is Inishmore. This is our biggest of the 4 dance studios. During the weekdays, it's a dance studio, as I say, and then on the weekends, it's a hall that we use for music and theatre and lots of live performance. Our last performance here was back in March, where we had our Irish dance show, Keeping It Irish. The last concerts that we did here at the Junction were outside in the parking lot. We did an outdoor concert series featuring 30 artists here from the Twin Cities, and we had a lot of fun. We'd love to have you join us for future performances.
This is the beautiful entrance to our Owen McKiernan Library. Owen McKiernan was the founder of the Irish American Cultural Institute, a champion of Irish culture. Most of these books come from his personal collection. They feature Irish history, Irish language, and Irish arts. Our library also has online archives, hosts exhibitions, and collects oral and pictorial histories of the Irish in Minnesota. Our collection of over 1,000 audio recordings is primarily Irish traditional music, including many hard-to-find recordings published in Ireland. Thanks to Celtic Junction's partnership with Éanach Waka in Armagh, we have extensive CDs and records from the lovely Gael Lynn label. The Irish College of Minnesota is our educational program. We hold classes year-round. The Irish College has 3 departments: Irish language, Irish history and literature, and the Celtic creative arts. Classes are for all ages, beginners or professionals. Sometimes we will offer as many as 14 classes a quarter. While all classes have been held here in our beautiful Owen McKiernan Library, we are outgrowing it. We hope to reopen next year with a dedicated educational center.
Well, these are our lower level studios, 3 and 4. This is where a lot of our youngest students would take lessons. Up the stairs here we have the Centre for Irish Music, who have 8 dedicated classrooms to teach Irish music to students young and old. Their organisation is dedicated to handing down the tradition of Irish music. They have brought many musicians over to Ireland to the Fleadh Cheoil, which is the world competition of Irish music.
Here's our Celtic Junction Arts Centre mural, weaving the traditions of dance, music, art, and language. The Irish Fair of Minnesota makes their home here at the Celtic Junction year-round while they prepare Minnesota's biggest Irish festival. They have been presenting it for 40 years. We work together to preserve the past, celebrate the present, and forge the future. Together, the people that come here help make this place a home away from home. Thank you all for your support of the Irish arts and of our wonderful community.
Right.
Hello, I'm Natalie Nugent-O'Shea, the Executive Director of the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. We're the host tonight for the 5th annual fundraiser. We hope you enjoyed our little tour. That was inspired by the tour in Éanach Waka, our sister cultural centre in Ireland. And of course, the building has been dark for a long time now during the pandemic. We were very delighted to welcome you back. We hope it still looks like what you were looking for. We can't be together right now, but we can be together in spirit. So we have never done a virtual fundraiser. We got a little bit carried away and we decided we would do a 6-hour streamathon. We are now entering the final 2 hours of that stream.
Thank goodness. No, it's been an incredible pleasure. My name is Cormac O'Shea. I'm the board chair of Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and we're really delighted to kick off this final part. And this is really about the entertainment side of it. It is friends and former performers here at the Junction, people who have done concerts, who have even sent us videos of their live concerts from here. They have shown us incredible support in how they are willing to generously donate their time and their energy and to speak on behalf of the Junction itself. So if you're keen to support the Irish Centre of Minnesota, we're the place for your giving. I think we've just heard that we've crossed the $40,000 threshold of our $100,000 challenge. So we're incredibly gracious and incredibly thankful to the whole community for supporting us.
We've never raised that much in one event. So these are new territories for us. But the territories we do have and can share are our 4 programs. They're like the pillars of the building that hold everything up. So you can watch them back. Of course, we started with education at 2 o'clock, went into the library at 3 o'clock, discussed concerts at 4, and outreach at 5. So if you missed it, you get a chance to watch your favorite part back.
Now, if you want to donate, you can donate any amount. You could donate $50 will get you into our thank you gift. And there's a drawing at the end of each hour. Are we doing one at each hour here, or are we doing one for the 2 hours? Yeah, we're going to do one at 7 o'clock and one at 8 o'clock. So at 7 o'clock, you have a chance to win this Celtic Junction thank you set, as well as a DVD from Martine de Kogan. It's from Cork with Love, and a recording of the Brian Boru Pipe Band, because you just can't have enough pipers. So you can donate in a lot of different ways. One of the easy ones is just over my shoulder here. You can use your phone and you can click on the QR code. It'll take you straight to PayPal, and you could select your amount you want to donate there. You can go to our donate button on the website, which is up the top of your streaming on the website. There's a donate button in the menu. You could also just send an old-fashioned check, or you could catch us at a later point. But any amount is a tremendous support for our center here.
Our final prize tonight at 8 o'clock, if you stick around for some fantastic entertainment, we'll also have a $300 gift certificate to Cara Pubs. It's the equivalent of a dinner for 10. So we like to support our good friends there as they're waiting to hopefully find their ways to reopen, and we'll keep supporting them as they have supported us. Now, a Junction event never starts without a piper. We have Jimmy Sherman and some of the members of the Brian Boru Pipe Band here with us. They're going to ring us in. But first, we'll have a message from the Midwest Consul General Kevin Byrne. Now, Kevin was appointed to this position only a couple months ago. This is his first time greening Minnesota. We are delighted to welcome him to our special evening, and we have invited him to take this time to introduce himself to Minnesota.
Jeeve Galer. Good evening, everyone. It's a real privilege to speak to you all today, and I want to thank Celtic Junction Arts Centre for this opportunity. My name is Kevin Byrne. I'm the Consul General of Ireland to the Midwestern United States, and I'm speaking to you from the consulate offices in Chicago. As Consul General, I represent Ireland to the 12 states of the American Midwest. I work closely with the Irish Embassy and Ambassador Mulhall in Washington, D.C., to engage with the Irish community and our diaspora throughout this region. Through my role, I get to see the great work being done by organisations to champion, promote, and bring Irish culture to life, and none more inspiring than the work of Celtic Junction. Believe me, I really wish I could be with you all in person today. One of the best parts of being an Irish diplomat is getting to meet with the people who keep the torch of Irish culture burning brightly far from the shores of home, to hear your stories, and to renew the bonds and connections of friendship between Ireland and Irish America. While it's not possible for us to be physically together at this time, know that I am there in spirit and look forward to the day when I will get to meet with you, shake your hand, and hear your voices. Thankfully, though, I do have time. I've just begun my posting as Consul General. I moved to the US from the Irish Foreign Ministry headquarters in Dublin at the beginning of September in this year. I'm lucky to have 4 or 5 years ahead of me to get to know the Midwest, to travel through its towns and cities, and to meet with the Irish communities that have contributed so much to the places that they call home. My own home place is a town called Dundalk on Ireland's east coast. It's an hour north of Dublin and an hour south of Belfast. Quite a nice place to be. It's located in the smallest of Ireland's 32 counties, County Louth. While small in area, it sits large in the cultural tradition of Ireland, with the legends of Cuchulainn, the Táin, and the Red Branch Knights unfolding on the land where I spent my childhood. My parents' families come from a little bit to the north and a little bit to the south. My father's family is from County Armagh in Northern Ireland, and my mother's family is from County Wexford, not far from the home place of JFK's ancestors. My own journey to become an Irish diplomat was a circuitous one. with time spent as a teacher in northern France and northern Japan, studying in London, and then working for the European Union and European institutions in Brussels. In my career to date, I've worked in the Foreign Ministry HQ in Dublin, the Department of the Taoiseach, our Prime Minister, and with Ars Neutron, the Office of the Irish President. I consider myself very lucky to be on my second posting to the United States. Previously, I served in our consulate in San Francisco, covering California and the states of the West Coast and the Mountain West. I'm accompanied on this posting by my husband, Aristotle. In the consulate, I work alongside Sarah Keating, the Vice Consul, who will be known to many of you and who speaks so incredibly warmly of Celtic Junction and the Irish community in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. Together with our committed team, we will work to strengthen the links between Ireland and the Midwest, support the great work of organisations such as Celtic Junction, and seek to foster greater connection to and understanding of Ireland in the region. When the situation permits, we will be on the road again, and believe me, the Twin Cities will be the top of my list. No more than anywhere else, the current pandemic has seen a difficult time for Ireland and Irish communities around the world. The Consulate's core task in the coming period is to ensure that our Irish citizens, Irish communities, and community organisations abroad are supported through this difficult time. Once we've made it through and are in the post-COVID era, our efforts will be focused on building back up the cultural, educational, business and tourism links that bind Ireland and the US so very closely. In all that the Consulate does, we are lucky to have the support and guidance of the Irish diaspora. Indeed, Ireland is unique in the strength of connection with our diaspora. Ireland, with a population of only 5 million, has a global diaspora numbering some 70 million people, 33 million of whom call the United States their home, and many tracing their ancestors back to the mid-19th century when the shores of America welcomed over 2 million Irish in the terrible years of An-Gurta-Mór, the Great Hunger. Throughout our nation's history, our diaspora has supported and sustained Ireland, the place where all their latter started, as Yeats once so eloquently put it. Our diaspora, particularly here in the US, has helped to give Ireland a confidence, a pride in itself, and in our traditions. I think to the pioneering work of Owen McKiernan, who championed and raised Irish studies to a new level of scholarship, or to Riverdance, whose US modernizations and influences helped Irish people look on traditional dance in a new and exciting light. Those of you who have had the opportunity to travel to Ireland will have experienced the warmth of the welcome and felt the pride which Ireland has towards our diaspora and the strength of your contributions to your adopted homelands. In recognition of this, the Irish government, through the Irish Foreign Ministry, operates a fund, the Immigrant Support Programme, to support, sustain and strengthen Irish diaspora organisations. Those organisations create community, champion Irish arts and culture, and bring together those with an appreciation for or interest in Ireland. The Irish government is proud to support Celtic Junction Arts Centre through this fund. Your work brings the vibrancy, the energy, and the warmth of Irish arts and heritage to so many in Minnesota and beyond, and for that we are extremely grateful. For our culture is so important to who we are. As you're aware, Ireland is the only country in the world with a musical instrument as our national symbol, the harp. Our music, our songs, our poetry, and our dance are how we share with the world who we are and what animates us. The shared appreciation of culture plays a huge role in our lives across all generations, even more so in times like this. The President of Ireland, Michael D. Higgins, recently said, "Throughout this most challenging of moments, the arts have continued to demonstrate their rich capacity to unite across boundaries and barriers, creating strong and durable connections that never fail to enrich the lives of our societies during times, be it good or bad." The work of Celtic Junction Arts Centre has never been more important than at this time, and like all cultural spaces, has never before more needed the support of the community it serves. I encourage you to give what you can during this fundraising event. Culture creates community, and it is community that will carry us through this difficult time. I'll close with a poem by my favourite poet, our own Nobel Prize winning Seamus Heaney. One of his poems in particular captures for me the magic of the arts, their ability to transport you from the worries of the here and the now to a timeless moment, to a better place. The poem is Postscript. And sometime, make the time to drive out west into County Clare along the flaggy shore, in September or October, when the wind and the light are working off each other, so that the ocean on one side is wild with foam and glitter, and inland, among stones, the surface of a slate-grey lake is lit by the earthed lightning of a flock of swans, their feathers ruffed and ruffling, white on white, their fully grown, headstrong-looking heads tucked or cresting or busy underwater. Useless to think you'll park or capture it more thoroughly. You are neither here nor there. A hurry through which known and strange things pass, as big, soft buffetings come of the car sideways and catch the heart off guard and blow it open. Catch the heart off guard and blow it open. That's the magic of the arts and the gift that Celtic Junction Arts Centre brings. So let me close with the holy trinity of Irish diplomacy, with thanks, with a request, and with a wish. The warmest thanks, Gurumila Mahagav, to Natalie and Cormac and everybody at Celtic Junction for your tireless work, for your energy and your passion, and all that you give to Irish arts and culture. With a request to you all that you support Celtic Junction and this fundraiser with what you can. It will be so much appreciated. And with a wish that we'll get to meet together in person, safe and sound, in the Celtic Junction before too long. Thank you all so much and enjoy the evening. Arts and culture. With a request to you all that you support
That's Catch the Heart Off Guard and Blow It Open. A beautiful poem by Seamus Heaney. Thank you so much, Consul General Byrne, for those beautiful words. Community does carry us through, and it's culture that creates community, and that's what we do right here. We hope we have done that with you over the last 4 years, and that's something that we share with you always as we come into our final part of our fundraiser this year.
Yes, and you had beautiful music there from the Brian Baru pipers and drummers. And we're going to continue on here and maybe give you a little bit of an update on how we're doing with our totals.
And Christo, so we've got
I know the last time I heard we had breached 40,000. So I think we're climbing up through the 40s at the moment, which is incredible. If you want to give a donation, please do so by using this QR code over my shoulder or by donating through PayPal. Well, that QR link will take you to PayPal. which is paypal.me/Celtic Junction. You can donate on the donate button on the website, or you can send an old-fashioned check. And we will have another chance for a prize at the end of this 7 o'clock hour and at the end of the 8 o'clock hour.
You have a chance to win a Celtic Junction thank you gift pack. It's a patch, a pin, a library tote, and a special prize. 7 o'clock hour, your special prize will actually be a recording of the Brian Brew Pipe Band that we just heard right there, and our upcoming featured artist, a piece from Martine de Kogan from Cork with Love. So here comes Martine de Kogan.
Hi everybody, how are you doing? How are you enjoying the fundraiser? Fair play to you for tuning in. I hope you're donating as well as you are tuning in. Anyway, life's grand here in California. We miss you all in Minnesota. But if you're not in Minnesota and you're not quite sure what tonight's all about and what this Celtic Junction Arts Centre is, let me tell you. I've travelled a fair bit of America. And when you look at the map, you start out on the East Coast and you think, gosh, there's plenty here. And you keep going in and things start to narrow. You get to Milwaukee and think, jeepers, why did I cross the river at all? Is there anything beyond here now until I get to San Francisco? And Lord knows, it's like the gold miners when you get to San Francisco. All you find is the fellas selling the denim or making the money. But just a little bit west of Milwaukee, there's an oasis called the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. And it puts Minnesota on the map. No matter what temperature it is outside, there's a warm welcome waiting for you indoors. And wasn't I the lucky boy to be able to record from Cork with Love there? And you know what? It was only because of the love of the people running and coming to the Celtic Junction Arts Centre that the project took off the ground. At all. And we made a DVD after. You might watch some of it tonight, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we might slip it in. But only because of Cormac's forward thinking did we record the concert live. You see, there's an energy in that place that's very hard to find. You can't cultivate that energy. It has to be born there. And it's born within it from the people that built it. The Celtic Junction Arts Centre is vitally important for the cultural entities of St. Paul and the suburb of Minneapolis. So give tonight. Make your donation and keep it going, because there's so much going on there. There's so much in this arts centre. It's a perfect junction for all things Irish and cultural. Gee, no flies on me. Right, listen, have a great night. And we'll see you for a sing-song when we can all see you in person. Good luck.
As I walked out to take the air down by the river Lee so fair, I didn't have a single care nor thought about tomorrow. On a seat down by the water's edge, I heard a man with sad bent head crying out, I may as well be dead as living with this sorrow. There's a dark cloud o'er me soul since Bridie went to Cracow with the pole. Well, I sat down at the poor man's side while all the while he cried and cried. Then he blew his nose and dried his eyes, saying, stay a while beside me. Says he, I was out earning bobs, no time at home to do a job. So I hired this Pole called Stanislav to make some A's for Bridie. Oh, it grieves me to my soul that I ever let my darling have the pole. Well, her front and back he took in hand. He trimmed her verges, cleaned her pond, her pansies soon he'd looking grand. Likewise her fine azalea. He fixed her fence, touched up her gate. Her hanging baskets he made straight. With him she didn't have to wait. I felt an awful failure. My wife was on a roll. No time for me, just her and Stan the pole. Well, indoors he was better still, a mighty man behind the drill. He renewed and screwed and glued until my bridie was delirious. But the Celtic tiger left our shore, saying he was coming back no more. An Anglo-Irish left me sore, my fiscal state was serious. And when I searched my soul, I knew my love would have to lose the ball. Well, she didn't scream or shout or fight, says she. He'll leave this very night, and him and me, we'll be all right. For he swears he won't forsake me. And let me tell you something, Dan, you're not as good a man as Stan. And since things began, it's been my plan back home to let him take me. So while you're here on the dole, I'll be stepping out in Krakow with my pole. Well, he cried some more, I took my leave and left him sitting there to grieve. For his sad tale I did believe, and it gave me cause to worry. For that day I just got in a man to do decking for my Mary Ann, a strapping Lithuanian. So I struck off in a hurry, and I vowed upon my soul there'd be no repeat of Bridie and the Pole. Well, I lost no time, I got home straight, and I marched that decker out the gate. Mary Ann was in an awful state and swore she'd surely leave me. So I bought her a new 4x4, now the wolf he's howling at the door. But she swears she loved me evermore, and I'm awful glad, believe me, that I'm not like that poor soul. Morning Bridie off in Krakow with the pole. Now when I was a bachelor years and years ago, I met a girl way down in Timahoe. She gave me this, come on over here, I knew I should have passed her by, but she took me by the hand and led me on. We strolled around the town, arm in arm. I told her one day I'd buy a farm. When I said I'd take her home, she suggested we should roam. And she took me by the hand and led me on. We walked into a hay barn hand in hand. And at courting, sure I thought I'd bet the band. But when I put my 2 arms round her, me 2 feet they began to flounder. But she took me by the hand and led me on. Well, I kissed her on the cheeks and on the lips. And she wriggled and she shook her shapely hips. That night I did propose, though I'm not too sure, God knows. But she took me by the hand and led me on. On the wedding day I felt really rather scared. And I wondered if for her I really cared. And when it came to say I do, all me dreams had turned to blue. But she took me by the hand and led me on. Well, we feasted half the day and half the night. And when all the wedding guests had gone from sight, I stood before her bedroom door, me 2 feet, they were clung to the floor. But she took me by the hand and led me on, led me on. I said I didn't want a family. Oh, she said she didn't think the same as me. Now I have a pair of twins, triplets and a set of quins. First she took me by the hand and led me on, led me on. So now I'm just another married man. Enjoying married life as best I can. And if you'll take a tip from me, you'll pass every girl you'll see. First she'll take you by the hand and lead you on, lead you on.
Hey, excellent. That was some great stuff from Martin de Cohan and his group there performing here at the Celtic Junction stage for their live DVD. And I just want to make sure this microphone is on. So my name is Pete McCauley, and I'm really, really thrilled to be here at the Celtic Junction with everybody and my good friend, Tim Cheesebro. And Tim and I have been playing music together for a few years now. We like to call ourselves the Mac and Cheese Band. And we're just really happy to be here as part of this fundraiser. And as a neighbor and in the neighborhood and a patron, I just think this place is a great place and very much worth supporting. So I'm going to do a toast, and then we're going to play a tune. And then after that, we're going to toss it to a clip of the Hounds of Finn. We did a concert here 10 years ago as part of our DVD. And so we're going to play one whole song from that concert after Tim and I play a tune. But first, let's have a toast. As my grandmother used to say, here's to us, because good people are scarce. Sláinte. So, Tim and I are going to play a little jig that I wrote called the Aberdeen Jig. And this was not written in Aberdeen, Scotland, but instead in Aberdeen, South Dakota. So here we go. much, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Cheesebrow, Pete McCauley, the Mac and Cheese Band. We're going to toss it back to a clip from 10 years ago. The Hounds of Finn live right here at the Celtic Junction. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and raise your voices. The Hounds of Finn, ladies and gentlemen.
There are wild and rocky hills of the coast of Donegal, with a fisherman who hide breathing free. And the big Atlantic swell, everything they know right well, they fight to make a living off the sea. Where the pleasant rolling sea and a herring running free, and the ships go gliding gently through the foam. When the boats are loaded down, they'll be singing in this town, when the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. Yeah! Well, you headed out to sea and the wind is blowing free. You cast your nets as rain begins to fall. The clouds are riding high and the wind will soon blow by. Today, baby, get your bumper home. Where the pleasant rolling sea and the herring running free, and the ships go gliding gently through the foam. When the boats are loaded down, they'll be singing in this town, when the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. Well, the weather's very rough and the work gets plenty tough. The ropes will raise a welt upon your hands. You'll never leave the sea, folk, wherever you may be. It's in your blood, it's hot in the bottom land. Where the pleasant rolling sea and the herring running free, and the ships go gliding gently through the foam. When the boats are loaded down, they'll be singing in this town, when the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. Well, there's purple on the hills, green down by the shore, sun is cast its gold upon the sea, and the silver down below where the herring fishes go. You catch them, there'll be gold for you and me. Where the pleasant rolling sea and the herring running free, and the ships go gliding gently through the foam. When the boats are loaded down, they'll be singing in this town, when the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. With the pleasant rolling sea and the herring running free, and the ships go gliding gently through the foam. When the boats are loaded down, they'll be singing in this town, when the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. When the boys from Killybegs come rolling home. Na 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 na.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is John Doyle, and I'm delighted to be part of the 5th annual fundraiser for the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. It's done so much for the community over there for the last number of years, and I always love going there and love playing. And hopefully will again soon, once this crisis abates. I'm going to be playing a couple of tunes. One is a slow reel, and then into a couple of fast reels that I've written over the last few months. And I hope you enjoyed them, and slán go fóill, and see you soon, I hope. Bye now.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
All right. From Mr. John Doyle. Not
Thank
many
you,
people
John.
can, yeah, thank you, John. Oh my God. Not many people move house and then get a phone call from John Doyle who's coming through town. And the Junction was actually booked on the time he was available. He was on his way up to North Dakota to pick up one of those guitars. I think he might have been playing right there. He has quite the collection. And we had a housewarming party planned for that weekend. So we had a John Doyle concert for our housewarming party, and it was really special. That was about 8 years ago. And he's been back to the Junction a few times since. We hoped to have him there a couple of years ago and didn't manage to put it together. So really soon again. And where are we at with the fundraising?
Well, I want to sneak in there. John got a sneak peek of our library right before we built the library, and he hasn't been back since.
Can't
I'm
wait to
throwing
show
down the
him.
gauntlet. John, come back, see the library, what we've done with it. I want to read out, we have some people who have donated some significant amounts. We want to call out the Pasquarella family in memory of Frank Pasquarella, our very dear friend, a $2,000 donation to support the Celtic Junction Arts Center. From Dave McKenna and family, $1,000. From Joanne and Mario Vano, $1,000. From Cynthia Pennick, $1,000. From Naomi Karstead and friend Fred Stenborg, one of our instructors here, $1,000. Mary McCormick, $1,000. Marilyn Miller, $1,000. And Dean McGraw, $1,000. You guys are absolutely breaking our hearts. We love you. We miss you. Thank you so much for your support. It means the world to us.
And if you would like to join those people and donate, we have made it quite easy for you. Up here above my shoulder, I'm getting good at this now at this point. You can use your phone. You can click on the QR code, and that will take you to our PayPal link, which is paypal.me/Celtic Junction. There's also very much more conventional ways to donate by send us a check or catch us sometime down the road here. On the website, it's pretty easy as well. There's a donate button up in the menu.
But meanwhile, what do we have coming up, Cormac?
We have an unusual piece here from a really, really good friend of ours from the Celtic Holiday Hoolie that we produce here every year. This is a little word from Mr. Dennis Curley and a bit of live video from a production that he did here called Honey Wine. Brilliant. And then we're going to follow that up with another great Irish musician by the name of Kevin Crawford. Woo! So over to the music.
Hi, my name is Dennis Curley, and I want to thank you for tuning in and watching this online benefit for Celtic Junction Arts Centre. 2020 is a crazy year, right? This is how we do things now. But Natalie and Cormac are doing an amazing job putting this thing together, so thank you so much. Because what you're doing right now is supporting one of the Twin Cities' premier arts organizations. So thank you for that. What does the Celtic Junction Arts Centre mean to me? Quite a lot, as it turns out. First of all, it is the home to O'Shea Irish Dance, which is a world-renowned Irish dance academy. They put on 2 big shows a year, one around St. Patrick's Day and one around Christmas time, and that one is called the Celtic Holiday Hoolie. And for the last several years, I've been fortunate enough to be on the bandstand for that one. I get to sing, I play piano, and mostly I sit back and let my jaw drop as I watch these incredible, incredible Irish dance students do their thing. But Celtic Junction Arts Centre is more than that. It is also home to a world-renowned music school. They have an incredible library upstairs. And the Arts Centre itself is a performance venue that can be rented and is rented all year round under normal circumstances. And that's the most recent thing I did there. Last summer, I was fortunate enough to be able to present my band, Honey Wine. And that's what you're about to see in a moment. So it's an all-original musical project with Americana, sort of a little bit Celtic-y flair to it, and 3 vocals and 6 band members, all original, like I said. And Cormac and Natalie were so welcoming to us, and the whole team, stage management, technicians, lights, sound, it was all there. It looked and sounded amazing. We got an incredible live CD out of it, but mostly on the nights that we performed there, it was such a blessing to be able to be there in person and connect with folks like you. From the stage, you were in the audience, and we were all there together making music. It was a beautiful thing. So again, thank you so much for supporting the Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and please enjoy Honey Wine.
Your bags, I'll get the car. We'll sneak out before the sun rises. Leave it all behind for a brand new life, full of romance and surprises.
Let's hit the highway, let's get away before they notice we're gone. Imagine every morning waking up with you, no care for the road that we're on. We should have done this when we were younger, full of fire, full of thunder. We would not have to wonder. We should have done this when we were younger. I'll tell the kids that I had to live a life that had some meaning. You'll hope your husband will understand there's more than a cooking and cleaning. There'll be hurt feelings, there'll be and I'll make it work like I've done for all of this time.
Dream about the life that might have been when I was yours and you were mine. We should have done this when we were younger, full of fire, full of thunder. Before life burned our hunger, we should have done this when we were younger. We should have done this when we were younger. Full of fire, full of thunder. That no one put asunder. We should have done this. We should have done this when we were younger.
How's it going, everyone? Kevin Crawford here, and delighted to be taking part in the rejigged virtual event for this year. And I've managed to coax a couple of my colleagues from the group Lunasa to join me on some tunes. That's Colin Farrell on the fiddle and Patrick Ducey on the guitar. And the three of us actually recorded an album a little over a year ago, so we're going to play some tunes from that. But during this time of kind of just strange and like beguiling kind of things, you know, we don't know what we're doing in terms of playing music together or live or any of that anymore. So we're having to farm videos off to each other and make something happen. And it was a great opportunity to do that when we got the invitation to be part of the rejigged event. So I sent here in Brooklyn, New York, and I've been here for the last 6 years, but it's been the last 6 months that have been most challenging. And yeah, it's slowly, like really slowly but surely, kind of getting back, I think, to a bit more like the New York that I kind of fell in love with and the reason why I came here and all that stuff. But yeah, Colin Farrell is down in Florida, and Patrick Ducey is over in County Mayo. So yeah, technology makes all this possible. But we're going to play a set of tunes, a hornpipe kind of. It sounds like a hornpipe, but it's actually a Galician piece of music, a beautiful tune. It's a Posicora Doyes. That's a dance from Galicia. And then we'll chance a couple of polkas after that, just to keep things lively. The last one is associated with Ned Kelly, and the middle tune is called The Corner House. So take it easy, stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon. Enjoy the festival. Woo!
Thanks so much, Kevin and Patrick Ducey and Colin Farrell there for the great music. Kevin, you sound like you're suffering out there in New York. Maybe you should come to Minnesota. We're still having good times here. COVID can't bring us down quite like it can out there, maybe. But we're so happy you've joined us this evening for lovely music, and we have our giveaway.
All right. Well, thanks again, guys. We do have our 7 o'clock winner, and that winner gets the Celtic Junction gift pack here, which includes this lovely tote bag, into which will go the pin, a sticker, and a copy of Martin, how do you say that? Martine's From Cork with Love DVD, and an exclusive copy of the Brian Boru Irish Pipe Band 40th Anniversary CD. Alas, I'm not in it, but there's not much call for the drum major when it's a DVD or CD, whatever we're giving away. Anyway, this goes in the tote. You still have one more chance to win. We'll have one more giveaway, a big giveaway at 8 o'clock. And we'd love to have your donations on Facebook. You can click on the PayPal link up there where there it is right there, the QR code. And we'll still take checks, send them to Celtic Junction. You can find that in mailing information on the website. And at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Brian for a tune.
For sure, yeah. I'm going to sing a song. I always sing this as part of the Kickin' It Irish show, but it's a song I dug up in an old book. And it's perfect for the impending Minnesota winter. It's called Lovely Minnesota, that lily of the West. Come all you jolly immigrants that feel inclined to roam into the western country to find yourself a home. Just take a pioneer's advice, he'll point you out the best. It's lovely Minnesota, that lily of the West. To see this spreading country would fill you with surprise. To see the lovely prairies and fields of grain likewise. You call into a cabin, you're always a welcome guest. In lovely Minnesota, that lily of the West. To see the jolly farmer out toiling at his plow. Likewise the pretty fair maids milking at their cows. Also those loyal homemakers with tempers of the best. They're the darlings of Minnesota, that lily of the West. Our fields they yield spontaneously potatoes, corn, and grain. The climate's also healthy with soothing showers of rain. There's plenty of fish in every stream and game in the forest. In lovely Minnesota, the lily of the West. Well, we have a thriving commerce out upon our inland seas, where lofty ships and steamboats do sail continually. We've got mariners here, both stout and bold, captains of the best, on the shores of Minnesota, that lily of the West. And pleasant burgs and villages do decorate the soil, where architects, mechanics, and bouzouki players do toil. We've got churches here of every sect, schooling of the best. On lovely Minnesota, the lily of the West. Michigan is not the place, nor Illinois the same. Their soil and climate can't compare for the raising of the grain. It's a land of milk and honey and temperatures of the best. They call it Minnesota, that lily of the West. Let's play hockey. All right, so that was a song from Minnesota right here, and we're going to have a couple more that were dug up by myself and my friend Randy Gosa, and we perform as the Lost 40. So Hope you enjoy these two songs from the Lost 40. 1, 2, 3. She on a little grey mare, he on a golden also. He whispered one word in her ear, and straightway to an inn they did go. They soon had their horses put out, they called for a supper with speed. They drank the full bumpers around, the glass it went merry indeed. The next morning, 2 hours before it was day, she called for the landlord with speed, saying, "Landlord, what is there to pay?" 10 guineas, the landlord replied. She gave him his money indeed, and then she gave him her next order: "Go saddle the golden with speed." She hoodwinked this young man indeed, she showed him a trick for his gold. Then mounting the golden with speed, she left him the mare she had stole. It was all in Essex's county, the truth of it there you will find. The people, they showed him no pity, they said he was served in his kind. Is all through. To old Dick Cody we will bid you adieu. Back to the jack pine we will go, to haul these saw logs in the snow. Full the deedle do, full the deedle day, high full the dough at a time on the way. Oh, you might say that we felt big, we were in a silver mounted rig. For Higley town we'd set our sails, they all thought we were the Prince of Wales. Full the deedle do, full the deedle day, I pull the dough at a time on the way. Neddy, he's a splendid cook, he always stops beside some brook. Scrambled eggs 3 times a day, lots of bread and a big cup of tea. Pull the deedle dough, pull the deedle day, I pull the dough at a time on the way. Jogged along till we came through, and there we met with the rest of the crew. Handsome boys, young and stout, the pick of the town, there is no doubt. Pull the deedle dough, pull the deedle day, I pull the dough at a time on the way. Into the buggy we jerked our boots, you can bet our teams were fed long oats. To the camp we drove along, we Stayed all winter till we were through, then started for home with the same old crew. Now we're home, we've got our pay. We'll think of the time that we had on the way. Full-a-deedle-do, full-a-deedle-day, aye, full-a-do, what a time on the way.
Awesome. Thanks to Brian Miller for the great live performance, and to Brian and Randy for those two recordings. And in the last one, I gotta say, Brian, thanks for rocking the beard too. There's just librarian, musician, beard guy, awesome. Lumberjack. Jim, we have some unfinished business.
We do have some unfinished business. Thanks, Crystal. I got so excited about telling what the winner would win at 7 o'clock. I forgot to mention who the winner was. And so our winner is Patricia Berry. Thanks so much for your donation. And remember, there's one more giveaway at 8 o'clock, and there's still plenty of time to give.
Yeah, that giveaway is the lovely dinner and gift card, the $300 gift card to Cara Pubs. And so that is going to be the last drawing. There's still time to get in on that experience. So good luck. Keep the contributions coming if you want to participate in that drawing. And at this point, the way you participate is by making a contribution.
That's exactly right, Christo. You can donate online. Go to Facebook, our Facebook page. You can see the QR code up there that works on your phone, iPhone or Android, I found out. And you can go to the website and find the donate tab up in the menu. That'll take you to our PayPal link. And of course, we're always happy to accept paper checks too. So dig deep if you can. We know times are tough, but if you can scrounge up another $10 or $15, we would be more than grateful. Thank you so much for your support over the years. On behalf of the Pipe Band, thank you for supporting us. And it's just been a really fun evening tonight.
It's been great. We're going to roll on with some more video and testimonial and some more music.
Hi folks, I'm Joni Madden from Cherish the Ladies, and I'm standing here in support of the wonderful Celtic Junction. It's been amazing to watch the way the development of this fantastic organization, what has come from a bunch of people getting together and a big dream of Cormac and Natalie O'Shea and Nora Endell and Dahi Sproul and all the many, many wonderful teachers you have there that have been committed and dedicated their lives to creating an atmosphere of learning and fun and a place for the kids to get together, and adults and people of all ages. And I have been just nothing short of amazed to see how well the kids have done. I mean, their investment of bringing in the best teachers from around the world to come in and teach, and having, the concerts and the dancing and all the amazing things that take place, the events. It really is a source of community for everybody who loves anything Celtic. And I have been amazed to watch it grow. I've loved performing concerts and teaching there as well. So I know in these tough days of COVID, it's not easy to get a few spare dollars because everything is so tight with everybody. But we all know we want to make sure this fantastic organization remains and continues to flourish. So it's the 5th annual fundraising drive, and I hope you can do whatever you can to help them make sure and continue on the great work that they're doing. Looking forward to seeing you all. I'm missing the road, missing touring, missing playing with my bandmates, and I hope all of you are staying safe and your families are all safe. And along with Cherish the Ladies, we certainly look forward to coming back to you and playing again in your fantastic Celtic Junction. So do whatever you can to support them. We know we need them and we love them all. Good luck, guys, and hope to see you soon. Stay safe.
Well, my mother is also from County Clare, and every summer I go back there and spend a couple of weeks on a place called the White Strand outside of Milltown Malbay. My Uncle Michael, he has a house there. He's a farmer, and he loves the land more than anything else in the world. But one of the days I went for a power walk. I know it doesn't look it, but I went for one. And even if I suck it in, it goes that way. So it is what it is. That's it. But one day I went for a power walk along the beautiful shoreline and the ocean on my left and the beautiful scenery on my right. And my uncle's land is full of cattle and sheep and cows and horses, and it's just beautiful. And on top of that, the beautiful ocean there, and there's even a dolphin swimming in the bay to finish the picture. And I was walking along and the White Strand, and there I see on the top of a hill, way in the distance, is my Uncle Michael, and he's in his tractor, and he's going back and forth in the field. And he can't see me because he's so far away, but I watch him stop the tractor, and he jumps out of it, and he grabs a shovel, and he starts shoveling. And again, I don't know what he's shoveling because he's very far away from me, but he's related to me, so you probably know what he's shoveling. But anyway, I watch him pick up, and out of my right eye, and out of my left eye, I'm watching the sea. And when he picked up what he was picking up, the wave picked up. And when he dumped, the wave crashed. And he was in perfect rhythm with the sea. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing, that this man was so one with nature. That this tune popped into my head, and I called. I didn't have anything to write it down with, but I had my mobile phone, so I pulled it out of my pocket, and I sang this to myself on my answer machine back in New York. And when I got home, I played it for the girls, and they liked it. We called it The Wave and the Spade, and I hope you can see what I saw that day. Well, I love to write a few tunes, and this is the first tune that I ever composed. It's a Well, my mother is also from County Clare, and every summer I go back there and spend a couple of weeks on a place called the White Strand outside of Milltown Malbay. My Uncle Michael, he has a house there. He's a farmer, and he loves the land more than anything else in the world. But one of the days I went for a power walk. I know it doesn't look it, but I went for one. And even if I suck it in, it goes that way. So it is what it is. That's it. But one day I went for a power walk along the beautiful shoreline and the ocean on my left and the beautiful scenery on my right. And my uncle's land is full of cattle and sheep and cows and horses, and it's just beautiful. And on top of that, the beautiful ocean there, and there's even a dolphin swimming in the bay to finish the picture. And I was walking along and the White Strand, and there I see on the top of a hill, way in the distance, is my Uncle Michael, and he's in his tractor, and he's going back and forth in the field. And he can't see me because he's so far away, but I watch him stop the tractor, and he jumps out of it, and he grabs a shovel, and he starts shoveling. And again, I don't know what he's shoveling because he's very far away from me, but he's related to me, so you probably know what he's shoveling. But anyway, I watch him pick up, and out of my right eye, and out of my left eye, I'm watching the sea. And when he picked up what he was picking up, the wave picked up. And when he dumped, the wave crashed. And he was in perfect rhythm with the sea. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing, that this man was so one with nature. That this tune popped into my head, and I called. I didn't have anything to write it down with, but I had my mobile phone, so I pulled it out of my pocket, and I sang this to myself on my answer machine back in New York. And when I got home, I played it for the girls, and they liked it. We called it The Wave and the Spade, and I hope you can see what I saw that day. Well, I love to write a few tunes, and this is the first tune that I ever composed. It's a jig I wrote called The Cat's Meow, after the cat lady of the Bronx. She had 200 cats lived around the corner, and when those cats got together for their soirees, nobody got any sleep. But anyway, this is the one that came about. Hope you like it.
All right, some great music and dancing there from Joni Madden. Cherish the ladies. Lots of good friends of mine there dancing away with her. How are we doing, Natalie, at the moment with our fundraising?
Well, we're very happy to announce we have pushed over the halfway mark, and that is a lot for us. So that's just over $50,000. And we want to call out some of the people who have donated $500 to us. And that is the Irish Fair of Minnesota, Neil Gunn, Thomas Quinn, Ty McAward, Jerry Connolly and Tom Scanlon, the W.E. McGuire Foundation, Emily Flagstad, the Hat Menagerie, Buffy Nugent and Jack, Patrick O'Donnell, and Amy Kelly. Thank you so much for all of it. We can do a lot with those dollars.
And if you still want to support us at home, you can donate through this lovely little QR code up above my shoulder, or you can find our link on Facebook. It's paypal.me/Celtic Junction. You can do the traditional way of just put a check in an envelope and send it to us. And if you've already donated, this is our final hour here coming up where we're giving away our prize.
Our prize is a $300 gift certificate to Cara Pubs. The pubs have been closed here. They're hoping it's getting to be a long day. I don't even feel like Jerry Lewis yet. We're hoping to really support them and to help them open up and come back strong. So watch for when they do. $300 from Cara Pubs, pulled at 8 o'clock.
So we're going to go into coming close to the end here, but we have a lovely clip here with a heartfelt message from Eileen Ivers and a performance live at Celtic Junction. So here we go.
A great night.
Hey folks, Eileen Ivers here. Well, I met Cormac O'Shea a good many years ago when we were both involved in a show, Riverdance. And it was actually a joy to see Cormac every day as we were touring around the world. His infectious smile and enthusiasm for the music, the culture, the dance was very akin to mine. And it was great to meet him all these years later. February 2019, when myself and our band came into the beautiful Celtic Junction Arts Center for the first time, and what a place that is. And Cormac's enthusiasm when he met us on the loading dock was the same, with that big old smile, as it was many years prior. Himself, his beautiful wife Natalie, and family, and all the great folks at Celtic Junction have done so much to really fuel that incredible place. What a beautiful venue to do so many things, from music to, of course, dancing, to the literary works of Irish culture, to really even theater, I know, is done there as well. And it's such a vital part of Minneapolis, of fueling the next generation of folks who want to learn these beautiful traditions that mean so much, especially in our modern society. We've kind of followed our heart and passion by playing this music, creating, collaborating with others, writing new music in our tradition, recording, and doing our vocation. But Cormac and the folks at Celtic Junction are doing so much of that through the wonderful Arts Center. And of course, as we know, in this time, we are very challenged by the events that's going around in our world. Live music, theaters like the wonderful Celtic Junction is being very much in a challenged position, and we definitely need your help. It is, as you guys know, a wonderful gem in the city to have, and it does need help and needs support to keep it fueled, keep it running, for when we do eventually get back to a full live event situation, as we are keeping the faith. It'll be there, but it's very important that we help now. So please, guys, feel the spirit move within you, and give whatever you can to this wonderful fundraiser that's ongoing. We're going to share some music with you that we've played through the years. I hope you enjoy that, and I hope you feel that spirit that Cormac and I, his family, and all at Celtic Junction have, which is the joy, the enthusiasm, the history, the cathartic nature of heartbreak to joy of Irish music that is a part of our society, and we need to keep going. So thank you in advance for any support you could give, and good luck, guys. Keep it moving, keep it lit.
So, Minnesota, please give a huge, warm Minnesota welcome to Eileen Ivers and Universal Roots.
Great to be here, guys. Thanks for coming out tonight. Thank you so much. And how about another round of applause for the great music from the trad players there in the lobby? Wasn't that great? Amazing.
Eileen, that was some fantastic music. And of course, what a great night to remember. We are taking none of these moments for granted right now when we can't have those moments. And we hope you don't take us for granted either. We want to be around. We want to be your Minnesota Irish Centre for a long time coming. So please consider giving us your support. We're going to call out a few people who have helped push us over that halfway mark. Right now, the 250 to 450 range, we've got Thomas and Marty Whelan, Bob Ford, Nick Doyle and Granium Kiernan, Jerome Winkert, Danette and Steve. I'm missing the last name. Thank you, Danette and Steve. Catherine Peterman, Joanna Mariovano again, Siobhan Dugan, Jenna Casey, and Len Marcus. Thank you guys all so much.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much for that amazing support. That's fantastic. And it's just been an overwhelming day, really. The donations have been coming in since we started at 2 p.m. this afternoon. We did have a kind of a crazy ambitious idea here to go for 6 hours, but it's really gone well, and we're so thankful for the support. The support makes all the operations of the Celtic Junction Arts Centre possible. The library, which of course I'm partial to, I'm the director of the Owen McKiernan Library.
And a good one you are too, Brian.
Oh, thanks so much. And we're Jim Tarbox and I have been sneaking up all day to put books on shelves, which are overflowing. And we need your support to help us expand our shelving and expand our space. We have a new office up there that we need new archival shelving for. We need this new classroom, which will open up the library.
So Brian has more time to sneak away to work.
So I have more
Extra
time
work.
to sneak.
What are you thinking, man?
I'm just like, I can't get enough of my time in the library. But the classes need your support, the library, the wonderful concert series, which is really kind of what's being featured here with all the music, and then our outreach. And I did get to say earlier, I loved going out to the schools with Natalie and Cormac and Nora and bringing this culture out into the community.
Speaking of outreach, we've got some artists coming up.
We sure do. And you can still donate. If you donate more than $50, you're entered to win our prize. Don't forget about that. But listen now to the amazing sounds of the great band Teda with the wonderful singing of Seamus Begley. Thanks so much to Oisín McDermott for providing this music for us.
Oisín McDermott here, coming to you from County Sligo, and asking for your support for the Celtic Junction Arts Centre's 5th annual fundraising event. Back in March 2019, along with the band Teda and West Kerry's finest Seamus Begley, we finished our North American tour at the Celtic Junction Arts Centre, and what an incredible night it was. Fantastic atmosphere with so many great people and friends present. Just the best end of tour night you could possibly have. So we'd like you to keep supporting the Celtic Junction Arts Centre, because it's a fabulous facility that any city would be proud of. And I've had the occasion to hear many of the great musicians, young musicians from the Arts Centre taking part at competitions both in America and Ireland. So keep up the great work. It's always a treat to visit and hear what's coming out of the Celtic Junction Arts Centre. Their mission, of course, is to celebrate, promote and preserve cultural arts and community, and certainly they're doing that in spades. This year, I know, has been a very difficult year for so many, and the Celtic Junction Arts Centre are raising money for 3 essential areas this year: operating support, a new classroom and an emergency reserve fund, which is very important for the facility. So we wish them all the best, and we look forward to returning and hearing more great Irish culture coming from the Celtic Junction Irish Arts Centre. So congrats and keep up the great work.
Is born in Ogame, Tom and Bad again. Smavin to the Hoggins, Fen America pen. Tom Shatain to Shach, locked not to Fevron. Oh,
balle tale hashun nor Kietslan hudar na kanhe keger father me word agus min narin mogroya de Hon gachsar aris kalin agogus imyoig malatan ake leilon nor boyan sirn faravon is boyan ulya Het ring gedacht aan nog in maken wil van onklager en town lebin ron jol mal ton make leilon O yerem sherisus riam grast Sernani vile chonin sn fleisch gehart Me hurt shall risht mar a rose hen fado Gudin mal tan ake leilon
Thank you.
And that was some fantastic music from Tara. Oisin and Samantha, especially, thank you very much. Seamus Begley, when you sang The World Stops, what is it about you? That was absolutely gorgeous. I could listen to you all day. So thank you. Thank you so much for being artists. Of course, we had them here at the Celtic Junction a year ago, March, and it was a gorgeous night. It was so full to the gills in the room that I think a lot of us were sitting on the floor in the front, and it was a great spot for that concert. You could feel all of the floor move. They had some dancers up, and it was like nothing else. But those are the moments we don't take for granted. Those are the moments here that happen at the Celtic Junction that can't happen right now. We want to make sure we are here with you, not just next year, but also for years to come. Please, if you enjoy this music, if you like our programming, consider supporting us.
You can do that in a number of ways. If you're on Facebook, you can click on the PayPal link. If you're watching the live stream on YouTube, you can snap the QR code and get to PayPal that way. Or if you're on the CelticJunction.org website, you can just click the donate button. Lots of ways to do it. And there's still time to get in on the final prize drawing. A contribution of $50 or more gets you on the list to be chosen at random to win that $300 gift certificate from Cara Pubs. Now, we've seen examples of world-class performances, musicians, concerts here at the Junction and elsewhere. And one of the things that we do here that's near and dear to my heart, because I get to work on the shows and my kids get to perform in them, is Kickin' It Irish and Celtic Holiday Hoolie. We've got a clip from Kickin' It Irish, a montage, if you will, and then another bit from Eileen Ivers' performance that she did in New York.
A lively one. Stick
Coming
around.
right up.
Hi, my name is Erin Hulse, and I'm the IDPA Board President for O'Shea Irish Dance, the parent association.
I'm Henry. I've been dancing at O'Shea at the Celtic Junction for 10 years.
My name is Jordan, and I'm a student of the Celtic Junction Arts Center.
Hi, my name is Donna Dingle, and I am the administrator for O'Shea Irish Dance.
O'Shea Irish Dance resides in the Celtic Junction, and our family has been a part of O'Shea this is our 6th year already.
What the Celtic Junction means to me is culture, consistency, and community. I have learned so much about my heritage through the study of Irish dance and Irish music.
My daughter, Hannah, started dancing when she was 7 years old.
And we heard about O'Shea and all things Junction probably about 7 or 8 years ago at Irish Fair. And it changed our lives.
Really more than a community, it's a family.
Anytime I go there, I always feel safe and respected, and I always feel that I'm welcome with all the people that go there too.
The people I've met at the Celtic Junction are some of my closest friends, mentors, and teachers.
It's just hard to imagine our life without the people of the Celtic Junction.
The Celtic Junction is really like a second home for our family. We have twin boys, and they started dancing when they were 3.
The Celtic Junction to me is just a really safe place I can go and definitely be myself and express myself.
They participated in professional dance performances, professional theater performances.
And those are some of my favorite times I get to spend with the people that go there and the dancers that I dance with.
It's been an amazing opportunity for them to get that experience where they wouldn't be able to get it anywhere else.
Through uncertain times, my love for Irish arts has only grown as my teachers at O'Shea Irish Dance and the Centre for Irish Music worked hard to remain consistent in my life.
Please join me if you can in providing financial support to the Celtic Junction Arts Center.
No amount is too small to join me in doing that.
Your financial support allows me to continue following my dreams, spreading my love for Irish dance and Irish music wherever I go.
Well, if I could, when every lake was out Jesus' name. When Pharaoh's army got drowned in. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. I said, oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Pharaoh's army got drowned in. Oh, Mary, don't you tell him I Moses, he stood on that Red Sea shore, or smote on the water with a 2x4. Pharaoh's army got drowned in. Oh, Mary, don't you weep. I say, oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Oh, Mary, don't you weep no more. Pharaoh's army got drowned in. Oh, Mary.
Things outside the box. It's still Irish, but it's Irish and then so much more.
Yeah, I got years and years of being in the wings, listening to Eileen play back in my days in Riverdance, and it was a total pleasure. She playing the fiddle with the wah pedal was just wow. It was just
Wow.
wow. Something that really got our audiences in Riverdance so excited. And she just always brought something fresh and new night after night. So at this point, I don't know where we're at. We're still tabulating.
We're still tabulating, so we're buying a little bit of time. We also had one wrong clip that popped in there. That was from earlier today. So we are actually just rejigging as we do in Irish dance. There is still time to donate. Push us past what mark can we get to in our $100,000 quest. Again, this is a brand new matching challenge that's been thrown down to us that we've never raised that amount before as a nonprofit. And it's a tremendous challenge. So if you like the music, you like the programming, if you like being able to enjoy Irish culture in any way, shape, or form, we are Minnesota's Irish Cultural Center. We want to pull out of this pandemic and we want to be here for years to come. So please consider supporting us.
That is our plan. You have numerous ways to do it, and people have been incredible at it all day. So let's have one last final push here to complete our goal as much as we can here. We will be raising money for the rest of the year to meet our final challenge of $100,000. So you can use PayPal at paypal.me/Celtic Junction. You can get to that through the QR code just over my shoulder with your smartphone. You can donate on our website where our stream is embedded. If you're watching, there's in the menu, you can just find the donate button, or you can do the regular send a check to 836 Prior Avenue in St. Paul.
Absolutely. We love getting mail. I'm an old-fashioned girl that way, Cormac, just in case you didn't know. Speaking of old-fashioned pipers. Now, I don't mean that in the sense that they're old-fashioned, but it is of the fashion to always have piping in your event. The Celtic Junction is absolutely blessed to have the Brian Boru Irish Pipe Band as part of our steadfast artists here. We're going to feature a very special piece from them, followed by some Irish blessings by Out of the Mist Theatre, one of our great supporting local companies.
And maybe at the end, we will find our little clip of Keeping It Irish that we missed from before.
And there may be a bonus, and we'll be back to you at the end. Push those numbers up.
John McCormick and Jim Sherman, and we're in the Brian Boru Irish Pipe Band, and we just got done playing at the Celtic Junction outdoors, and we wanted to take this opportunity to say please support the Celtic Junction. It's the heart of the Irish community, and we're so lucky to have it, and we're the envy of many of the city that doesn't have anything even close to this. So please support the Celtic Junction. Thank you very much.
Ireland has bestowed upon the world many literary blessings. A true Irishman would never let you leave without taking a blessing with you, mixed with equal parts wit and vinegar, of course. Thank you for blessing us with your presence.
May the lilt of Irish laughter lighten every load. May the mist of Irish magic shorten every road. And may all your friends remember all the favors you are owed.
Here's to you and yours from mine and ours. And if mine and ours ever come across you and yours, I hope that you and yours will do as much for mine and ours as mine and ours have done for you and yours.
May you always have walls for the wind, a roof for the rain, tea beside the fire, laughter to cheer you, your loved ones near you, and all your heart may desire.
May you have the hindsight
to know where you've been, the foresight to know where you're going, and the insight to know when you're going too far.
May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind always be at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face and rain fall soft upon your fields. And until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hands. Crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh.
Thank you, Out of the Mist Theater, for those beautiful blessings. It is so much appreciated, as are each one of you. Just coming in the end there, we had $2,500 from Dennis Stanton and $1,000 from Jeffrey Larson, and more $100, $50, $25, $15 donations than we could even count or name. Every dollar counts. Every dollar we will use wisely and support. Thank you, everybody, for all of your work today. Our grand total at the end of the day, $56,836. That's double anything we've ever made in a fundraiser before, and we are deeply grateful from the bottom of our hearts. We are nearly to our goal. We've been given a year challenge to make it, but you guys have made it not easy. I won't say the 6 hours of this was easy. We've learned a lot doing this.
The next one won't be 6 hours. That's what
It'll be 8. No. You guys have made it a joy. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your support, for your time, for your energy, and for your dollars. We will be here for you for many years to come.
Thank you for supporting the arts.
Our last final announcement. Of course, you have to go out with a bang. We have our final winner, and that's for the $300 Cara Pubs gift certificate. We're all hanging in there with Cara Pubs for reopening. Of course, you get this beautiful tote, and the name is, and I have to say this carefully because there's a lot of similar names, Mary K. McCormick, Cormick. So all the other 3 Mary McCormicks that we know, you guys, unless your middle name is Kay, don't give us a call.
So earlier on there, you'll notice that we lost a little clip. So we're going to go out with the last little clip. And Krista introduced it earlier on. We have a show that we produce here called Kicking It Irish. It's an Irish dance and music show. It's a lot of fun. Brian, who you saw earlier, is part of the band. And I am too, and it's a ton of fun. We got to do a few shows this March, and then we got shut down, and we've been shut down ever since. So here's a last little clip of Kicking It Irish. Safe home. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.